opportunity to welcome you
is now
to
a
this launch
12-year
of the
organization.
program.
In September this year,
And
we will be doing
I know
our
all of us have had some
12-year
breakfast.
anniversary.
If you've not, kindly serve. And maybe before we begin our program, I know we've all enjoyed some food, and a bit of it may be leftovers. So I don't know what will be left over, where it will end up in. And I think those are make, use, and recycle. But still, that is also not very sustainable. So now we are advocating for the circular economy, where we are able to take, we are able to use, we are able to reuse, we are able to repair, we are able to recycle, and return. So that's the concept that we will be talking about today. And I think for Kenya, I think we've taken some quite notable steps to address some of this. And I think as it has been alluded, we have enacted the Sustainable Waste Management Act. And I think this is just based on the premise that all of us, we are entitled to a clean and safe environment as enshrined in our Constitution. And I think there are some very good aspects about that particular act, where it places a lot of emphasis to our counties to ensure that they have proper legislations in place by June this year. I'm sure we have representatives from various counties present today, and I'm sure they'll also be telling us whether they've been able to put those legislation in place. And it has also placed a lot of emphasis, particularly on producers and manufacturers in terms of the extended producer responsibility. So just to make sure that as a producer, I have a responsibility until the disposal of my product. So we'll also be talking about that, and I know in the room we have NEMA, and they will also highlight that. So just based on that, as a Kenya Climate Innovation Center, we've been able to see quite a number of innovations that then are coming up through the waste management sector. And that's why today we are launching this particular program, which is being supported by the IKEA Foundation. And thanks to them, we have a representative. He'll also share with us why they thought they should support this particular program. So we are really excited about this particular program and why we are launching it. And particularly we'll also have a panel discussion later on that will look at some of the policy issues that are there in Kenya around, for example, how do we comply with the Act? Are there any gaps within the Act that we need to relook at? And all this will help us as we go away to better understand our agenda as we move forward. So as we continue, and welcome Bwana PS. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, welcome Bwana PS. So without taking so much time, I would want now to invite Mr. Joseph Marabula, the Chief Executive Officer of Kenya Climate Innovation Center, who will then give us some welcome remark and also brief remarks about Kenya Climate Innovation Center. So welcome, Joseph.
So our chief guest for the day, Engineer Ngeno, the PS for Environment and Climate Change, KCIC board members, my colleagues from the Waste Management sector, my KCIC colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once more. Good. My role today morning is very easy. Basically just to say welcome, so karibu sana. But as I say karibu, let me also say a few things, just so that then we can set the scene and know why we're here today. At KCIC, we are driven by a vision where climate change is not just a challenge. We know most people look at it that way, but we look at climate change as an opportunity. We've been around now for about 11 years. Our journey began in 2012 with a commitment to support innovative climate solutions. Since then, we've supported many, and we've been relentless at this endeavor. 11 years down the line, we've supported about 3,500 enterprises, and we happily report that we have had a success rate or a commercialization rate of about 67%. Many of you who work in the SME sector or work with startups will understand that that's probably about 3 times the national average. With a commercialization rate of about 67% and having supported about 3,500 enterprises, I think we can safely say that there are over 2,000 enterprises operating within the country that began as ideas within KCIC, as it were. Those enterprises have been able to leverage or mobilize over $83 million and generated revenues in excess of $80 million. Because we are a climate innovation center, we also track the amount of carbon removed or avoided from the atmosphere, because that's how you assess climate impact. Over the 11 years of our existence, we've been able to avoid about 470,000 metric tons of CO2. We also work for an enabling environment, because all this will never work unless the enabling environment works. And over the 11 years, we have supported both the national government and the county government to do about 73 policy initiatives. And our enterprises have been able to reach over 800,000 customers. And importantly for climate, over 85,000 people are now receiving clean and safe drinking water because of what KCIC has been able to do. We, as an organization that supports innovations around the climate space, we undertake a lot of research, and through that research, we then design our programs. So when we looked at the research in the last couple of years, we saw that there's a lot of opportunity in the waste management space. And therefore, from today, we are embarking on a new journey where we not only support enterprises in the traditional sectors that people have been supporting, but we embark on a journey where we take now a bold step to support enterprises within the waste management sector. Probably is this at this juncture, allow me to recognize the IKEA Foundation, which has generously funded this program. And the IKEA Foundation is represented today by Mr. Patrick Obonyo, who's here. He'll be speaking later on. So through this program, we aim to support about 110 enterprises, and these 110 enterprises will be countrywide. So just about every county within this country will be represented, because we are a Kenyan organization, as it were. We will support them across the 5 areas that we work on as KCIC. We'll provide support along business advisory. We'll provide technical assistance. We will provide mentorship, and we will provide financing just to unlock potential and value within this sector. However, we know that unless we work for an enabling environment, these enterprises will not succeed. And therefore, our vision extends beyond just supporting these enterprises. We are committed to working hand in hand with the policymakers, many of whom are already in this room, to ensure that the waste management value chain is strengthened, and that there are proper waste management policies and regulations. The idea is very simple. Create an enabling environment, make these enterprises thrive, and support us in addressing the twin development challenges that we have in this world, and that is climate change and jobs. So ladies and gentlemen, the launch of the SWIFT program today underscores our belief that climate change represents an opportunity for innovation and economic growth. We know where the world is in terms of that. And so by investing in sustainable waste management practices, we are not only safeguarding the environment, but also creating pathways for job creation, economic development, and social inclusion. As we continue on this journey, it's important that we remain committed to the ideals of inclusivity and equity. And therefore, we'll be working with everybody, including people living with disabilities, including women and the youth, including the men. Basically, everybody. We will be as inclusive as possible. That is the commitment we make as KCIC. We will ensure that the benefits of this program reach every segment of society, be they the marginalized communities or the vulnerable communities, and that the benefits of this program support the building of a just and equitable society. I will therefore reiterate what I've been saying all along, that this is an opportunity, and I urge everybody in this room and through your networks to expose this opportunity to everybody, so that then they can take advantage of it. Again, as I conclude, let me again pass my gratitude to you, to our partners, many who are in this room, to the government, to the policymakers, to our funders led by CARE, and everybody else who has made the SWIFT program possible. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Joseph, for those remarks. Now I want to invite Jabez, who is a program manager at Kenya Climate Innovation Center. He will give us a brief presentation about the program, just in terms of what it is, what we expect to achieve through the program, and also share some information about the call for application that is open, that we'll also want you as stakeholders to share with the wider audience so that we are able to attract as many entrepreneurs as possible. So, Jabez, welcome. Okay, thank you. So, Felix.
So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, this morning. My name is Felix Mwaki, Director in charge of Programs and Investments. And we are happy this morning to have our PS this morning, and also our partners who have graced this launch of the SWIFT program. I just want to briefly just take you through a few aspects of this program that we're launching this morning. Somebody this morning told me that 15, 20 years ago, climate change was looked at, from the lens of the lens of the energy sector. But now, waste management has become a very, critical cog in that wheel. So briefly, I just want to just give you a brief of this program, so that. Okay. Thanks. So just if you can be able to look at perhaps the screens. SWIFT program is a 3-year program funded by CARE Foundation, represented here by our friend Patrick. The program is funded to the tune of $5.1 million, which is close to 780 million Kenya shillings. The program will support both two cohorts in terms of incubation and also the acceleration cohort. And the whole program is for 3 years, so every cohort will take around 18 months. So once we do the call for applications, we should be able to support enterprises for 18 months. In terms of target beneficiaries, those two cohorts each will be having 55 enterprises. That means we'll be able to support for the 3 years 110 enterprises. In terms of incubation, of course, we realize that this is where we'll be able to have the bulk of enterprises, and so we'll be able to do 80 SMEs, and then in terms of acceleration, we'll support around 30 SMEs. The first call for applications is running on, is coming to an end on 29th. In terms of the expected outcomes, we aim to create around 6,000 jobs, 2,000 direct and 4,000 indirect. In terms of revenues, we'll support those companies to create more than $10 million. And then we'll support 5 counties who are represented here by various CECs and chief officers to be able to create an enabling environment in terms of policy enactment. In terms of money that will support those companies to be able to outsource from third parties, we'll be able to do $10 million. And in terms of the tons of aggregated waste, it's around 3 metric tons of waste. Next. Now, someone may ask, when you talk about waste management, what are you talking about? What is in our minds? So we are talking about aggregation and separation all the way to people who are processing waste. And of course, we are talking about solid waste. So anybody who is aggregating, someone who is using, who is repurposing, who is reducing, waste generation at the households and also at the industrial level, and all that, waste management chain. So anybody across that value chain is we are anticipating to be able to incubate and support them to be able to scale their business enterprises sustainably. Next. Now, someone may ask in terms of how is our business incubation model or our acceleration model, how does it look like under the SWIFT program? Now, under the incubation program, we are looking at businesses that are legally registered. So every company that is sending in the applications, it must be a legally registered entity in the country. The program is domiciled within Kenya. Then the business must be operating within the waste management sector, as I've just showed you in the previous slide. We are talking about they must be able to be keeping books of account for us to be able to bring them on board. They must be operational for 2 years, at least 2 years. And then they must have a working prototype. We have hand a lot of trouble supporting aviation companies in the country. It has not been an easy thing. But we have decided that under this waste management program, we want to work with the companies that have 2 years. They have been in operation for the last 2 years. These companies, they must have, either the adaptive or they are perhaps in the mitigative aspect. They must be able to provide that. They must have revenues of more than $10,000 to $30,000. That's under incubation. And then the business must be able to employ at least 5 people, either directly or indirectly. We should be able to demonstrate that. And finally, under incubation, there must be approval market, for at least 5 existing customers who are taking your product. Then under the accelerator, guys, that is the 30 companies will be accelerating under the program for 3 years. The criteria will be, you must be legally registered in the country. You must be operating, of course, within the waste management sector. You must be in operation for at least the last 4 years. You must have a working prototype. The accelerator guys must actually have some form of traction. They must be selling. These guys must be able to have 2 years of certified books of account. They must, of course, be in the mitigation. Whatever they are selling must be mitigative or perhaps adaptive to the environment. They must be having not less of $1,000 in terms of annual revenues. And then the number of employees is ranging between 5 and 20. And finally, they must be able to prove, a market for what they are selling. So essentially, that is what the SWIFT program will be looking at in terms of incubating or accelerating business enterprises for the next 3 years. Now, in terms of our service provision, what are we promising the enterprises that will be incubated and accelerated? Well, we're looking at the 5 key service pillars for KCAC. One is about providing business advisory support for these enterprises, and that talks about looking at these enterprises from business model, looking at their legal structure, supporting them to be able to look at their marketing, their books, and everything that we can be able to do under the business advisory angle. The second thing is about technical assistance. When you look at most incubation enterprises, a number of them, even if they have been registered, most of them do not have websites. They need, they need some support to be able to keep their records well. They need trainings which are aligned to the sector that they are operating in. So everything about technical assistance will be able to pay for it and support these companies to sustainably be able to operate their businesses. Next is about mentorship and coaching. We have realized in KCAC that one of the most key aspects of supporting businesses is supporting them with mentorship and coaching. And the reason as to why we have come to that point of agreeing to that is because the last 12 years, we have realized immense benefits when companies are supported by someone perhaps who has been in that sector for more than 10, 15 years. They are able to offer some kind of market insights. They are able to offer some kind of support that perhaps the normal business advisory may not be able to offer. Under the access to finance pillar, we are promising to support companies either under what we call POC, that is proof of concept financing, or we are also supporting them with what we call matching grants, which is a low-cost kind of financing at around 6%. But also much more important, we will be supporting companies through what we call third-party financing. So our teams on the ground will be able to support our companies to be able to scan the environment, look at financing opportunities that are aligned to these enterprises, and ensure that we have supported them to be able to secure those financing to scale their businesses. Number 5 is enabling environment. Now, I know this is a big animal in the room. Why? Because policy environment has always been associated with both the national government and the county government. We'll be glad that we'll be working with NEMA, we'll be working with other, CRIDI, we'll be working with other government entities. But also in the room, there are some 5 counties that we have, selected. That is Mombasa, Nairobi, Nakuru, Eldoret, and Kisumu. And we want to support them to be able to enact legislation that can be able to support these enterprises to grow within those localities. So in terms of the 5 pillars of services, those are the 5 key things that we are promising those 110 enterprises to be able to carry out that pilot in the next 3 years and ensure that those 110 enterprises, they have been able to scale their businesses, they have been able to increase their revenues, they have been able to employ more people. Now, the call for action is this morning. As we launch this program, we have the call for application that is going on as of now. And we are looking forward to getting as many enterprises as possible. we'll be able to screen them, and our hope is that within the month of March, we should be able to onboard the first cohort of 55 enterprises. So ladies and gentlemen, then we should be able to onboard them and start providing those services that I've just mentioned. Ladies and gentlemen, that is just a brief of what the SWIFT program entails. And with those few remarks, I say karibu, and spread the one to as many enterprises, potential enterprises, as we can. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Felix, for taking us through. So we have quite a number of KCIC staff in the room. So in case you need more information, further clarification, kindly reach out to them, and we should be able to provide more details about the program. So as mentioned earlier, this program has been supported by IKEA Foundation, and whose vision is to create a better everyday life for many people. So, and I can see many people in this particular room. So I want to take this opportunity to invite Patrick Obonyo, who is the program manager at IKEA, to share with us some brief remarks. Welcome, Patrick.
Thank you so much, Ernest, Joseph, Bona PSS, board members, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a great pleasure to be here today and to be home and to be at the launch of this event. I am honored to represent the IKEA Foundation at this function. And at IKEA Foundation, we work to create a better life for everybody, but also to protect the planet. We are tackling two of the most critical challenges facing the world today, which is poverty and climate change. And we do believe that these two have to be tackled hand in hand rather than separately. So that's really critical to how we see the world and how we want to help accelerate progress in the world today. One of the ways in which we want to do this is by supporting enterprises in the waste management sector to help reduce the amount of waste in the environment, but also to create decent and dignified jobs for young people, for women, and for the many waste workers that work in quite challenging situations. I had the amazing opportunity to visit Dandora Waste Dump Site last year in October, and I could see firsthand the challenges that our fellow Kenyans face to manage the waste that we put into the environment. And you can easily be overwhelmed by the mountain of waste that covers 30 acres of very prime land in the middle of the city. But during that visit, I also met amazing entrepreneurs, amazing people. I met this lady who I will call Agneta because she didn't want to be mentioned here. She started working as a waste worker 20 years ago in the waste dump site. And she has worked hard to build a waste collection and sorting business that employs more than 500 waste workers. I met an enterprise like Takataka Solutions, one of the leading plastic waste recycling companies in the country, that is managing 90 tons of plastic waste a day and is employing around 700 people, giving them incredible income and opportunities to support their families. So why am I sharing these stories? One, of course, because not all of us have been able to visit Dandora. That's one. But most importantly, there are three things why I think sharing this story is important. One, as a country, we continue to generate huge amounts of waste. Currently, the 5 major cities of Mombasa, Nairobi, Kisumu, Eldoret, Nakuru generate over 6,000 tons of waste daily. But these countries also constitute 35% of the Kenyan population, and this population is only going to increase. And as that population increases, the amount of waste that's going to be generated is only going to go up. So that means that we are going to have more dump sites around the country. The second reason why I'm sharing this is that I read a recent study that was looking at the trends and opportunities for green entrepreneurship in Kenya. And it was published by the Aspen Network for Development Entrepreneurs. And that study found that the waste management and circular economy in Kenya is worth 54 billion US dollars in the next 5 years. So you can look at it from two ways. You can look at it as we have a huge challenge that we need to address, but you can look at it as that challenge is worth 54 billion US dollars. And this offers a huge potential for entrepreneurs and businesses to develop circular waste management solutions that provide sustainable employment, like the two companies that I've just shared with you, but which is also good for our people and good for the planet. So choose which side of the coin you want to look at this. And the third reason why I'm sharing this is because as I talked with a number of these enterprises, and I've visited many, I've just mentioned two, most of them struggle with the lack of technical expertise. Most of them struggle with lack of financing. And they also struggle with, they also require an enabling environment to thrive. So we have a challenge, we have an opportunity, and we have some barriers to solve. And I know, having read and having heard the PSS talking right now, that the government is making huge efforts to ensure that this increasing amount of waste is sustainably managed, is recycled, and safely disposed. And our partnership with the Kenya Climate Innovation Center seeks to complement these efforts. We know that there is a strategy. We know that the government has something that's working on. And our work is to complement these efforts and accelerate the progress within this time. And through our support to the Kenya Climate Innovation Center, as Joseph has mentioned, we'll seek to support 100 innovative circular waste management solutions and work with five counties in Kenya to adopt circular and sustainable waste management policies that align with a number of the national policies and the national strategy that the government has. And some of those policies are the Extended Producer Responsibility Act, the Sustainable Waste Management Act, among many other strategies that the government has. And that's the only way we think we can be able to accelerate the progress. As a foundation, we are really proud to work with the Kenya Climate Innovation Center to create green jobs that enable people in Kenya to afford a better life for themselves, for their families, but also to protect the planet in a very meaningful way. Because we know that waste and the waste dump sites contribute 20% of methane emissions. So if you're serious about reducing emissions, then tackling waste is an important way of addressing that. But we also want to move into circular economy that allows people to live healthier lives, that allows people to create meaningful employment, but that also protects the planet. However, we also know that as a foundation and only KCIC, we cannot be able to solve the problem alone. But we believe that the opportunity here is for everyone to be able to do something. And you can sit and complain how the city is dirty, how everything is disorganized, how the city is smelly, or how your environment is smelly, or you can decide to take action. And as an individual, we all know the importance of keeping our environment clean. We sweep our houses, we try to keep our neighborhoods clean, and we also know that we need to keep our towns and cities clean. So there's a lot that we can do to ensure that we have proper collection and disposal of waste without littering the environment. So at every individual level, we have a role to play. And you start by looking at yourself and looking at your house and looking at how you are managing waste in your own way. And there are small steps that we can do. And those small steps cumulatively create a big impact. I know we have development partners like the Care Foundation. We have foreign governments and donors. What we are starting with KCIC is a simple drop, but there's an opportunity here for other donors to come in and to leverage the resources that we are putting here, leverage the outstanding opportunity that KCIC has started, and leverage the support that the government has to ensure that we accelerate progress and to ensure that our country transitions to a circular economy. We have policymakers in the room, and I'm proud to hear the beautiful conversations around creating an enabling policy environment. I think KCIC is offering an unmissable opportunity to work with policymakers to strengthen existing policies, but also to develop innovative solutions. And I can only hope that you won't miss out as policymakers. Last but not least, we have entrepreneurs who are either listening today or in attendance. You have a chance to achieve your dreams if you're an entrepreneur. And Felix has greatly highlighted that opportunity. I hope you don't throw your dreams away like waste. Last but not least, I want to say that as a foundation, we want to join hands to create better lives and protect the planet. And here is the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick, for those remarks and for the encouragement. I now want to invite Professor Israel Da Silva, who is the board chair of Kenya Climate Innovation Center, to just greet you so that at least you know we have a board. We don't operate in a vacuum. Then we'll also invite now our chief guest to speak. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I am, as he says, the chairman of the board of directors of KCIC. And I feel very proud in a day like today because KCIC is like our baby. Yeah, we were, when the World Bank, supported by the NIDA and the UK, asked us, say, why don't you create this thing called KCIC, we were for a liability partners, those who put the face to defend it and to make it grow. It was PwC, GVEP, KIRD, and Strathmore. And so it was a concept. It's like a baby. So our job was to get that baby to become an adult, to be 18, to have a solicitor, to have a banking agent, and be able to transact business, isn't it? Get married, even to the wrong tribe, because so that was KCIC 1.0. We had 2.0. We have 3.0, and it went towards that. So today I am grateful to God, and I am proud to tell you that please go and see what Kenya Climate Innovation Center has done to people. I have one thing that I would, once I speak it, I would like you make use of it, no royalties, is that very sharp Brazilians there, and send them out. Go and learn 3 things. Petroleum exploration. You dig our own petroleum, isn't it? Instead of having recourse to the current owners of petroleum in the planet. Then, second, say, go and also study agribusiness. You know, agribusiness is so exciting. If you want to die slowly but surely, go and do farming. But if you begin agribusiness, you may become one of the richest people in this country, in this region. So, agribusiness. And the third one was aeronautic engineering. The GDP per capita of Brazil was $400. Can you imagine? Today is the 10th economy in the planet, 10th, 9th, like that. So when those people came back, they said, government, private sector, and academia, let's get together. They created Embraer, a company that makes jets. Kenya Power has some 10 of them. You know the Embraer, isn't it? Embraer 190, 195. Yes. Of course, KLM has more than 100 of those little birds, and so it is amazing what we are doing, you see, because of that pressure. Then, petroleum also, no? Subwater, sub-ice, serving everybody, including the United States, yes. Became like the NASA of petroleum exploration. And agribusiness, I don't need to tell you, you know, sugarcane, ethanol, soybean, juice, orange juice, etc. So what we are experiencing here today, you see, is this, that we are having something that is called rubbish, but we pick it and we put some technology on it, and it works for us. And as the speaker who spoke just now a few minutes before was telling, that it cleans the cities. No, everything is beautiful. I can guarantee you that if you want to see something like that, or arrange for a trip to Rio de Janeiro, very beautiful, and then go and see what they do with the rubbish in Rio. They have huge, beautiful trucks that collect it, take to the place where they make the methane, and then when they get there, they are fueled by methane. If you go to a petrol station in Brazil, anyone, you find diesel, you find gasoline like here. But then you also find methane, and you also find ethanol, which was, you know, half of the price of the petrol. So this is small story I tell you is that I think we are leading this region here. Kenya leads the East African region, and you have the power to transform this place into not only middle income country, which we are getting there, but to be able to have a GDP, say, 10 times more than we have here. Thank you. I wanted you to talk more, but Ernest told me, stop. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Israel. Professor is a man of many stories. So if you give him a mic, you need to give him at least 2 hours. And he'll have only told you maybe at most 3 stories. So thank you, Professor. Now I want to invite Mamo Buro, Director General for NEMA, who will then invite our key speaker, Engineer Ngeno.
Thank you so much, our chief guest, Engineer Festus Ngeno, distinguished waste generators, good morning. We are all waste generators, right? That is why we are here to find solution for our problem. We created the problem, but we need someone else to address this issue. And I want to thank KCIC for this initiative to launch this important program. I work for NEMA, National Environment Management Authority, but many people call us NEMA, which is grace. You know, we need grace to look after Kenyans' environment, because everyone wants to litter the environment, but want someone else to pick the waste, throwing away some pieces of papers. And we are here to discuss about waste management. I want to speak as a regulator before I invite my principal secretary. As a regulator, our mandate is basically to supervise and coordinate environmental issues in our country. And we are also the principal instrument of government in the implementation of environmental policy in our country. When you are told you are in charge of all matters environment, just think all matters environment. And what is environment? For more basic class 4 science, what is environment? Yeah? God's creation, right? Everything. It's a divine duty because you're looking after the God's creation. Divine responsibility. But looking at Kenyans and their attitudes towards the environment, we require divine intervention. Amen? We require divine intervention. Look at what, as a country, we've done in terms of coming up with the relevant policies, legislations, strategies, and the legal framework. Starting all the way from 1999, when we came up with an environmental framework law, the only one that, at that time in the region, EMCA, Environmental Management and Coordination Act, that holistically looked at environmental issues in our country. Because before 1999, environmental issues were scattered in 77 to 78 statutes in our laws. But we brought all that under one umbrella and we call it EMCA, so that we address environmental issues holistically. EMCA had the provision of granting Kenyans a right to live in a clean, healthy, and secure environment. But most of the time, Kenyans, being Kenyans, we like haki yetu, our right to live in a clean environment. Then you forget that it's your jukumu, your responsibility, duty, to enhance the quality of the environment. You will say, this is my environment, but you don't want to take responsibility. Under EMCA Act, also for the first time, there was the inclusion of the locus standi, the legal right to take anyone to court. Before 1999, we never had the locus standi, the legal right to take anyone to court. And remember the story of the late Professor Wangari Maathai, when she took the then Kenya government to court for attempting to build 60-story building at the heart of Uhuru Park. When she went to court, she was told she does not have the locus standi, the legal right. At that time, it was vested in the office of the Attorney General. Now, with the enactment of the EMCA Act, we have the locus standi to take anyone to court, including NEMA. And Kenyans being very litigious, I have 104 cases in court as we speak. After EMCA, we developed subsidiary legislations. In 2009, I remember we participated in coming up with the Waste Management Regulation 2009, telling Kenyans you need to manage your waste at the point of generation, at the household level. But that became also very difficult, because when you tell someone to segregate the waste, the other priorities that he needed to look into. Then 2015, we developed sustainable national waste management policy that looked at waste generation from the household level, transportation, because NEMA needed to license the transporters, all the way to the dumping sites. We still call it dumping sites. We do not have landfills in our country. And we gave counties 10 minimum points in 2015 so that they'll be able to manage waste at the household level, transportation, and disposal, so that what gets into the disposal sites are also managed. If you can segregate the waste, or rather separate them, then you'll be able to manage it properly. Then we gazetted over 100 environmental inspectors for the counties to look at the devolved environmental functions of noise and waste management. We also built the capacity of the inspectors through basic enforcement training, capacity building for basic enforcement training. Then from MCA regulations and strategies, we came to our constitution, very progressive constitution. Most people call it green constitution. If you look at from the preamble, the fourth preamble of our constitution talks about our environment being our heritage, priceless heritage that must be conserved for now and future generations. Then down to Article 42 of our Constitution, which borrowed heavily from the MCA, that gives us a right to live in a clean, healthy, and secure environment, but the right came with duty, responsibility for each and every citizen to enhance the quality of the environment. Then 69, your obligation to support the state officers and also the issue of public participation. Then 70, if you are aggrieved, you can seek redress in a court of law. And now we have environment and land court, fortunately. I said we have 104 cases currently in court. Then we enacted in 2022 the sustainable waste management that essentially would have transitioned us from linear waste management, that the model we are currently on, take, consume, and dispose, to circular model of waste management where you need to get value out of the waste and ensure that the value is extracted properly from the waste. Then the issue of, but we are likely to come up with what we call the ECR now. After the producers, we need to have extended consumer responsibility, because you also have a responsibility to ensure you manage your waste, because waste is everyone's responsibility. It's not government responsibility, not private sector responsibility. Each and every one of us has a responsibility to take care of the waste and ensure that we stop littering our environment and throw away attitude.
Before me, Ike and the chairman, thank you for the good story. I agree, Brazil is nice. Two things before I read what the technical team put for me here. Yeah, you know, there are guys who write for you things, so let me say mine, which is important. I was just looking at our Kenya Kwanza plan, the bottom-up economic transformational plan, under environment and climate change chapter, and there is a section on solid waste. You saw me really pushing the CEO, telling whatever you are putting here is what is on the plan. It says that 73% of all plastics waste generated is uncollected, and over 27% uncollected, and only 8% is recycled. And the Kenya Kwanza commitment is that we complement EPR, what DG has mentioned, with a bottom-up community based on value chains. And this is exactly why, as a government, we support this program. I just want to pick from where DG has mentioned, before I make my comment, read my speech, that we appreciate you. We call ourselves the waste generators. So he talked about MCA 1999. and he stopped it. I think it was intentional. He brought us to where we are today, so that I pick from there. We are making a very, very big deliberate move as a government to review MCA. And as we speak, we have a team that are overhauling the Environment Management and Coordination Act of 1999 a decade later, 25 years later. And all the things that he has mentioned are going to be fully captured, including the Solid Waste Management Act of 2022. So there are things that we will bring you on board, and it is a critical conversation, and especially in light of what has been happening within the country. Article 42 is our responsibility, a right to clean environment. And that is, and it is sanctity. It's about the responsibility and the jurisdictions that we need to work on to be able to deliver on that mandate. So we are going to make MCA an overhacking law under the environment and natural resources sector, which was how it was supposed to be created. And I will give you a classic example, and this is on the recent cases of our Embakasi explosion, and may the people who lost their life rest in peace. It's an unfortunate circumstance, but the responsibility that comes with us as government rests within the National Environment Management Authority. There are quite a number of other actors, but we have said then for us to be able to mitigate and to be able to protect the lives of Kenyans as enshrined under the Constitution, we must be able to do the processes as it were. And therefore, then that is going to be a conversation between now and the next 3 months. We will be very busy. I know you will be brought on board, especially the guys that are on the solid waste or waste management cycle, to see how then that coordination happens. I know we've been asking ourselves where are the EPR regulations, the extended producer responsibility regulations, which have always been under conversation. IMAP is put in. We are also going to have the extended consumer regulations coming on board. Everyone must carry their own responsibility. We can only be saying, if you are buying from wherever, Carrefour or Carrefour or Carrefour, whatever you call it, that they are supposed, that is what it means. They are supposed to go and collect back their waste from the dump site and deal with it. But you are the person who went and put it there. So also you must take responsibility, and that is going to be how we are going to support, especially as we organize the teams to be on cooperatives and other sectors. So for those who don't know me, Engineer Festus Ngeno is my name, the Principal Secretary in charge of Environment and Climate Change. And allow me to make just a few remarks. I'm required to be in Naivasha at 10 a.m. to open another meeting of such kind. So we will see how we will get there. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure and great honor to join you today at the official launch of the Sustainable Waste Information for a Future Transition, the SWIFT program, on behalf of the state represented, especially the innovations that we have within ourselves. And that is where we are. Our role as government, national government, is to provide policy, strategy, direction, and it is for counties to implement as part of their default functions. With estimates showing that of a country generates between 3,000 to 4,000 tons of waste per day, the need for innovative solutions has never been more urgent. And therefore, the SWIFT program approach of targeting small and medium enterprises through business advisory services, technical assistance, mentorship, and access to finance will foster innovative business models that will accelerate the transition, to a circular economy and drive inclusive green economic growth. And I know my PS colleague in charge of MSME is coming, and we have had this conversation that even as we put these, the bottom-up teams, the medium to small-scale enterprises, which is our responsibility, how do we then organize them and provide them an enabling environment for them to be able to deliver on their mandate? And therefore, this is the SWIFT program will be able to give us. And I'm happy on the presentation how you will be able to support the teams as it were. As we embark on this transformative journey, it is imperative that we adopt a collaborative approach that brings together government, private sector, civil society, and other stakeholders. And I presume KEPSA, CAM, and all the sectors, KEPRO, are within this space. Only through concerted action can we overcome the complex challenges facing our waste management sector and create a future that is clean, healthy, and sustainable for all. And indeed, our responsibility is to transform from linear economy of how we do things to circular economy. I'm therefore pleased to note that the SWIFT program will support the development of relevant policies and regulations, and that the program aligns closely with our national priorities and commitments, including Kenya's nationally determined contributions to the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals. It is especially critical under the planetary crisis. Pollution is one of them that really affects us, and most of the pollution issues that we are facing come from the waste, solid waste or liquid waste as well. And therefore, we prioritize the protection of our natural resources and ecosystems. Kenya is blessed with an abundant biodiversity and natural beauty, which must be preserved for future generations. And by adopting sustainable waste management practices and investing in nature-based solutions, we can safeguard our environment and ensure a prosperous future for all Kenyans. Ladies and gentlemen, the launch of this program presents a significant opportunity for Kenya to showcase its leadership in sustainable waste management on the global stage. And by pioneering innovative solutions and fostering collaborations between government, private sector, and civil society, we can position Kenya as a regional hub for sustainable development and environmental stewardship. And together, we can demonstrate to the world that a cleaner future is within our reach. As we move forward, let us remain steadfast in our commitment to collaboration, innovation, and sustainability. Collectively, we can build a future where waste is not a burden but a valuable resource that contributes to the well-being of our communities and the health of our planet. And indeed, they say waste is wealth, and that is where we should be focusing our energies and our focus. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to all our development partners and stakeholders who have contributed to the development and implementation of the SWIFT program. Your dedication, passion, and expertise have been instrumental in bringing this initiative to fruition, and I look forward to our continued collaboration as we work towards a cleaner, healthier, and more sustainable future for Kenya, and as we exemplify Article 42 of the Constitution. Thank you, and God bless you. And it's now my honor and privilege to declare the Kenya Climate Innovation Center SWIFT program officially launched. Thank you so much. Asanteni, and is that what was supposed to happen? Fine.
Now I want to invite our CEO, DG NEMA, Professor Israel, and a representative from the county, Madam Emily, and to you cut, yes. Patrick, you could also join them. Thank you. In as much as we've created additional waste, at least we have the DG NEMA here, so we'll make sure that you have the responsibility of cleaning it. Yeah. Yeah. So thank you. Then I would want Joseph to just gift 3 of our guests, the PS, the DG, and our representative from IKEA. So we can start with the PS. And those are some of the products that are from enterprises who are supported under KCIC, who are actually doing waste management, and to just show that it actually works. Yeah, I also want to invite the DG, Nema. Yeah. And Patrick from IKEA. Thank you. Now we would want to move to the next session, where we want to hear just a few testimonials about some of the enterprises that are actually in the waste management sector. And I would want to invite Elizabeth, who will lead this brief session. Welcome, Elizabeth.
All protocol observed, good morning. Thank you so much, Ernest. At this point, I take this opportunity to welcome one of our entrepreneurs, that is Totosai, to give us a brief of how his journey through KCIC has been. Welcome, Totosai Limited. Thank you.
All protocols observed. Good morning. My name is Mudhungo Anthony. I'm the CEO and the founder of Totosai. Totosai is a startup based in Kirinyaga County, a place called Sagana, whereby we locally produce mobile USB chargers. And actually, it's only us in Africa who manufacture USB chargers locally. And we normally even use that using waste plastics. A good example is that, when some of us, you see a waste plastic, and then you throw it away, some burn, others dispose. To us, we see a waste as a treasure. There's a way we normally collect those plastics, we shred them, and then we use them for our molding activities. So again, on the other hand, I think there are some of us here who have used our products. We launched our products in 2021. Up to date, there are people who are still using our products. It's 3 years and still using them. Because some of us even, they normally ask me as the owner, it's, how do you guys make money? And like, we make money through sales, but it's 3 years still using your product. If it was other brand, I could have bought at least 10 times. I'm still using your product. So I tell them we normally call it giving value for the money, and also way of caring for the environment. Because there are also some clients who feel like they're so passionate and they have this love for a product, like these are genuine, these are original. In case it has a faultiness, we also repair them. By repairing products, your chargers, we normally help you now to reduce the amount of electronic waste, because you could just dispose it and increase it as in form of electronic waste. We have been able now to, even you can check, this is my team. They're very young guys. I like working with young guys, but they're very smart. Because most of the things that myself as a founder I normally find a challenge, they're able now to be able to fix. And for your information, our products are certified by Kenya Bureau of Standards on quality and safety of your devices. Basically, like I said, we normally manufacture different type of USB cables. Kind of in a way, there is no mobile phone. You can come with it to our factory, and we don't produce that charger. We produce, I think, 9 types of chargers. So we produce all the chargers. So we even have chargers of the phone that have been there long ago, but we still have have those chargers. So once you pass allowed at KIA Industrial Park in Sagana Town, we just pay us a visit and then we provide all those chargers. This is what we have done. We normally have the machines whereby you're able now to do all the molding. And we normally have several machines. And actually, with the help of the KCIC, actually, before KCIC, things were different. But after KCIC, things are totally different, because before you could make one cable, within 2 or 3 minutes, you could make just one cable in 2 or 3 minutes. But now after KCIC and some support we have received from KCIC, we make one cable in 13 seconds. We make one cable in 13 seconds. Because we're able now to buy some machines, because some things we are doing manually, we're able now to buy some machine that's purely automatic. We just need now to switch the machines on, and then you just let everything go on. Next. These are our products, and one of our uniqueness about our product is we just tell you as a client, you think it, and then we make it. We just design it the way you want. You want any color, any length. You see, we even have some products of us. We have our Kenyan map at the back, our logo, your name, so you can design for you, whereby you can use them as a corporate gift. To know, instead of just giving people T-shirts and pen, you can give them a USB charger. You can have your logo, your name, everything. Customization is our thing. We just design it the way you want. And so one of the supports we have gotten now from the KCIC is we normally use an ELP called Odoo, where it helps us a lot. It does a lot of work to a point like, I'm not saying like we cannot do without, but again, if we are told like Odoo is not working today, there is sometimes M-Pesa fails and everyone is like, we were stuck. If Odoo stops, we are also stuck on our side. And also we have been received business coaching and training. And I remember when I joined the KCIC Greenbees 2021, I think Greenbees 1, I was honored now to have now the current CEO. Mr. Mulabula was my business coach back at that time. I worked with him, and we have done a lot with him, to a point like, one thing I loved about him is that he understood my business more than me. I didn't even understand, like, so passionate about this. We are able now to do a lot in terms of coachings. And then in terms of production of machines, with the help of KCIC, I think KCIC have bought, nine machines. So if you come to my factory and then you count all the machines, I have more than 15. 9 have been bought by KCIC. So I'm very grateful about that. And I think it's something I normally tell my team. I don't know if we can have these machines branded different names, KCIC, 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 because it's just the support we have received from them. And there's something I normally say as a business. One day I'll visit KCIC, no matter how I'll write a small check, when that time comes, and tell them, now you can support other people, there you supported myself. So it's something like they have done a lot for me. And it's something I remember I told the CEO, like, what I have received from KCIC to me, I don't take it like for granted. There are some people can treat like they are there to do that. For me, I have to come back and say thank you, so that this thing now can be done to other people, because there are so many people with passionate and ideas like mine, but they don't have that capacity. These are the machines that we have been able now to buy. Like, these are soldering machines, these are cable and stripping machines. Next. We have braiding machine. This is a laser fiber machine. This is a machine that able now to, if you have an USB cable, it can draw your logo, your name, everything. Shredding machine, normally use waste plastic. So you collect waste plastic and then we shred them and use for the molding. And then you normally have the molding machine, the vertical molding machine. That machine, there are so many molding machines in this country, but most of them are horizontal. They normally move this way. But this one is vertical. So when I say, if you go around the whole of Africa, you not see that machine anywhere in Africa, that's true. Because the vertical molding machine are normally used now to mold those small products. And those small products are like USB cables. And that's the only me in Africa who do that. So no, you can just Google and you are free. And we are here to stay. It's an idea I had back in 2020. And the whole idea actually was to locally produce mobile phones, assemble mobile phones. But the idea was like, instead of me just jumping and start producing mobile phones, let me start with accessories first, so that I'm able now to understand this market. And interesting, by myself still learning the market, the USB cables market is very big, very big. And I'm proud of it. This is a decision I I'm ever proud of, and also I'm ever proud of working with the KCIC. So far we have been able now to increase production capacity. Like I said before, the KCIC with the machines, we used to make one cable in 2 or 3 minutes. But now with all these machines, it only takes 13 seconds to make just one cable. Just like have a seat, give a time. 13 seconds, you have your product very fast. And then we have created 3 job opportunity that is full-time. You know, like bring someone full-time, because again, when we buy a machine comes with a staff. Because there are machines that are semi-automatic. So someone has to be there to keep on controlling. And there are some machines that are purely automatic. You just switch it on and then go for lunch. It's just working on its own. In case it has an issue, it will stop on its own. And then we have able now to get new market diversification. And this new market is a corporate market. You see now, by the virtue of just, we can brand our product, your name, your logo, we have been able now to be able now to sell our products to hotels. You know, there are some hotels normally have a cable, they have your name. So once you leave, as a corporate giveaway, they don't give you a t-shirt or a book. They give you a charger. You know, a charger, we use charger almost every day. So as a corporate giving a client a charger, they'll never forget you, because they use charger and it has your name and logo every day. So I think that's what we have done with the KCIC, and this is something I normally tell people now to a story, because you know, some people tell me, how did you manage to be all this? My story goes back KCIC, because I can't be able now to tell my story without mentioning KCIC. So it's something I can tell people now to engage, and also to apply for the SWIFT program, and things will never be the same again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anthony. So, ladies and gentlemen, Anthony of Totosai represents the caliber of enterprises we support at KCIC. So there's much more to come. And finally, we'll listen to a testimonial by Mtaka, represented by Benson Abila. Benson, you have 5 minutes. Karibu.
All right, thank you so much. Well, this is truly an opportunity to indicate how KCIC has been quite impactful. And because I have only 5 minutes, I'll try and rush through it. I was hoping that the first slide would have been a picture of a woman receiving money at the recovery facility. But clearly, I don't know if it's technical hitches. Oh, it's in the background. I really apologize. Now, if you can try and squeeze it, and you see the braids, right? What can you imagine? You know, it's a beautiful, positive picture, you know, of 2 young women in the sector, you know, benefiting from that. And that's truly what our vision is as Mtaka. And perhaps the way that we do that is that we are leveraging technology. So to dash through quickly, we understood that of the 4,000 tons of waste generated daily, and I think in Nairobi there's 3,000 tons daily, and only 20% is perhaps recycled, right? And 50% ends in the dump site. And having a background, I worked with a non-profit called Homeless of Kisumu, working with vulnerable groups. We wanted to understand how comes they don't get to benefit from this. And we clearly understood that the biggest issues were, one, there was a gap in the knowledge of people, you know, understanding waste management strategies. 2, there was a big gap in incentives, because the waste collectors themselves are not being incentivized, and the household themselves are not being looped in. And finally, there's a big gap in data. And that's why we came up with a very simple solution. And as you can see, it's a lot of things connected. But ideally, we're just here to make recycling easy, rewarding, and very dignified. As simple as that, right? And you know the convenience of your mobile phone. I think you've both used Bolt. You know, probably some of you are getting here, you clicked on the Bolt, got the driver, and got here. And I know some of you are also driving. Thank you for that. But then, if we're able to get agents to connect directly to households and be able to collect recyclables, that is how we intend to transform the dignity around the sector. And ideally, through the work with KCIC, we've understood that there's a lot more opportunities in the sector around data gaps. And that is why from the support in the Greenpeace program, we're now shifting towards connecting the whole ecosystem. So we're upgrading from just a simple application And we are then building a system that we're able to integrate AI and data analytics so that as we collect real-time data, we're able to collaborate with partners like the counties and every other stakeholder so that then we can give predictive analysis that can support us to strengthen policy. And I'm happy that my director is here, Director Koyo. He can tell you that without his support in the Kisumu County, where we collaborated with them to manage an MRF, we would not have been here. And truly, our work is just in optimizing that. If you go to the next slide, so the impact has been quite tremendous, having worked with over 4,000 community members in training, over 200 agents and champions that we have trained, the facilities that we have set up for value addition, one of them being the Maendeleo Recovery Facility, and another one and that KCIC is supporting us also to bring value addition machines. We have 2,100 online and offline users, and a process of 500 tons of recyclables, leading to the emission prevention of 1,500 metric tons of emissions. And if you go to the next slide, yeah, so it's been tremendous. Business advisory support, access to finance. Elizabeth has been our business analyst, so thank you so much for the journey that you've walked. Emmanuel has been helping us with monitoring, and that has been tremendous. So business, marketing, branding, and visibility. But I want to highlight that before KCIC, we were just young people who were passionate about transforming the sector. I know I speak about wanting to be a social entrepreneur, but we didn't know the nitty-gritties of what it means to get there. And KCIC, through the Green Biz program, held our hands. If you look at the amount of visibility we have now and the platforms that we get to share our work, I think it falls back to Kenya Climate Innovation Center. So if you're in this room and you're wondering why you're even here in the first place, I think you're with the right stakeholders, and this is the right chance to highlight that there's been a lot of support coming in. If you go to the next slide, you can see Patrick is purely smiling over there. I mean, you can see he's too happy. That's because of the journey that he listened to and of the things that we talked about. It was clear that we're on a path towards success. And as you can see, the CEO was also there with my colleague and co-founder Prima, which indicates that we are truly on a journey to make things better. If you move to the final slide, through the work, of course, the goal is to optimize the user base that we have as MTACA, work on more partnerships beyond even the ones that we have currently, upgrade our app and systems, and also upgrade the facilities so that we have a value addition mechanism. So in respecting 5 minutes and as I close, I want to just share with you that as the PS was talking about waste management, he mentioned the extended consumer regulations, right? He mentioned how are we able to take responsibility, right? So my take is always that as generators in the room, it is our sole responsibility to take action. If we separate waste at source, then recognizing that it's a valuable resource for also people in the sector, then they're able to earn a bit more from that. So mine is that we're on a mission to dignify waste work, and I'm happy that every step of the way, KCIC is holding our hands, and I can't wait to see what the SWIFT program will bring in Kenya. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. So at least you've seen that waste can give you money, and that's why we are launching this particular program, and we are looking forward to supporting as many entrepreneurs as Totosai and MTACA. In the room, we also have the county governments, both from Nairobi, Kisumu, Uasin Gishu, Nairobi, and Mombasa, who will also be sharing with us what they are doing around that. But also just to emphasize that we are going to have a very interesting open panel where we've lined up some few speakers, but we'll also want to hear from you. What do you want the county government, the regulator, ourselves as KCIC, the general public, and that will be moderated by one of our very own Trivia Ombeja. So personally, I'm also looking forward to that particular panel, and I would want to hear from you what are some of the issues that us as the ecosystem supporters, the county government, the regulator, we need to take into place so that we can manage our waste better. So I want to quickly invite my colleague Vincent who will just have at least a few counties in 5 minutes, each sharing with us what they are doing. Then we move into that exciting panel. Welcome, Vincent.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ernest. Ladies and gentlemen, it's getting more interesting as time goes by. In this particular room, we have delegations from different counties. We decided to go with a 5, where policy work is going to be done. And because we largely recognize that the waste challenge is largely an urban challenge in Kenya, we decided to first go with 5 counties which are largely urban in nature. We will see what we'll be able to do, even in terms of policies and how those policies can be translated into programs and projects that then can change the waste sector for the better. So for that reason, we have this session where we want to listen from the different counties on what they are doing, or on practice, the collaborations that they have. As Mr. Abila had earlier acknowledged, the collaboration that they have with Kisumu County, such are the stories that probably we want to hear, and we also want to hear how we are going to partner to create an enabling environment for innovations in the waste sector to thrive. Lastly, before I invite the first speaker, is to acknowledge the important role that then the Sustainable Waste Management Act plays. As the DG NEMA had mentioned, you know, the history of how waste management has been. When we look at that particular act, we know implementation is just starting, but then it creates opportunities for the private sector to thrive here. And so that's a conversation that we'll have with the counties. We've heard the stories of the enterprises we support, and that is going to form the cornerstone of the input we will have in the policies, laws, and regulations that we'll make going forward. So as we start off, I want to invite Director Ken Koyo from Kisumu County. Karibu sana, Director. You have 5 minutes, and you may also take that chance to showcase how you are collaborating with the likes of Abila, Mr. Abila, and how you are enabling such enterprises to thrive. Karibu.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent. Let me ride on the protocols that previous speakers talked about. My name is Ken Koyo. I work for County Government of Kisumu, Department of Environment, as the Director in charge of environment. My governor was to be here in person. He sent my CEC, but they are held up in another important function on matters environment and climate change. So I'll just briefly speak about Kisumu and the efforts that we are making towards enhancing sustainable management of solid waste. Just like most of our urban cities, Kisumu has a challenge of waste generation. At this point in time, we are generating about 600 tons of waste every day, countywide. With our city, you know, Kisumu has the entire county, but then we have a city which is has higher population, generating about 400 tons of that waste every day. So the story of policy making in Kisumu began in 2015. Kisumu County came up with an act of County Assembly 2015 to manage solid waste. But again, by that time, because counties were still learning and new, the sustainability aspect and the entrepreneurial aspects were weak in this particular act, but it aimed at enforcing a lot of cleanliness and management of rubbish that is being disposed. In 2015 again, that same year, we realized that it's a bit weak, and we developed a Kisumu County Integrated Solid Waste Action Plan. This was a bit strong, and it maximized on the whole management system of solid waste, including actions at point of generation, what need to be done, actions at point of transportation, actions at point of ultimate disposal. And we've been working closely with local groups and partners. It has been it has been shown here by Mr. Bernard on some of the partners that we have. Apart from them, there's a local arrangement that we have. We call it Kisumu Integrated Waste Actors Network. This is one network that brings on board all the players within the solid waste sector. At the moment, when I checked on the database, we have about 652 actors. And these particular people are at different level. Majority of them, about 400 of them, are just waste pickers within this particular group. But again, we have the aggregators, and we also have service providers. Service providers are only about 8. We recognize them as a county and work very closely with them. In the spirit of conforming to the National Sustainable Solid Waste Management Act of 2022, we began adapting it and domesticating it at county level. And we have drafts which are at very advanced level. At one point, we took it to the assembly, but we were advised that because we have an existing Solid Waste Act, what we can do is to reappeal what we already have, which we are doing. And again, we are aware that at national level, we've attended meetings where the Ministry of Environment and Forestry is developing a prototype solid waste, Sustainable Solid Waste Management Act for the counties, which we hope to adapt. So this is what we are looking forward to probably harmonize with what we have so that we can use it in the county, it can be enforced. In our partnerships, we have several youths engaged, as we are all aware that job opportunities are rare countrywide, Kisumu not included. But again, solid waste is becoming more attractive to these particular youths. So how have we created enabling environment? Like had been said earlier, we are one of the few counties that have developed what we call material recovery stations. If you look at our County Integrated Development Plan for Kisumu, the last one, we had them in place, and at some point we had funds allocated to them. But the challenge was getting suitable lands for these particular stations, because people still in our country and in our county still have that attitude of not wanting such a facility around their backyard. And they also assumed and looking at a material recovery station as a place where waste will be dumped normally. But we've tried to change that perception, and at the moment we have 5 of them within Kisumu City. Two of them are operational, one is actively operating. When we started this, the actors were worried, and they came, they even wanted to demonstrate that county and city is going to take up their businesses of waste operations, but that was not the case. These things were meant for them because our role is to create that enabling environment, which we've done. And we've given the leadership of this particular umbrella group to operate these one active material recovery stations. Together, we've also done some proposals and gotten some facilities, including shredders and balers that will fit in these particular facilities. Kisumu, just like also any other county, faces the challenge of collection and transportation of waste. And we have the waste pickers licensed to work in different zones, and they've been helping us, given the low budgetary allocation, in cleaning up this particular area. So they charge households some little money for their operations, and then they take the waste to our dumping site. We also don't have a landfill at the moment. The place that we are putting waste is planned to be the ultimate waste material recovery facility in a larger scale, and that is away from the city center. Then when it comes to transportation, we have a few county trucks, not adequate. We are complementing it with the private waste providers. But again, for this particular financial year, we are buying a specialized truck because we realize that much of the waste of the 600 tons, 65% is organic. So we are having a truck that we are purchasing to handle this particular organic waste. We are also trying to handle this organic waste in a multi-dimension approach. We have an MOU with Biogas International, and we gave them land, 2 parcels of land, one in a market and one in a beach, to demonstrate how waste, these are pilot projects, can be used to generate a biogas, and it has been successful. Right now, we are doing feasibility studies to upscale it. As I speak right now, we got some little funds, gap funds, on technical assistance on the same, and the study is going on. We are also looking forward to BSF, black soldier fly production, to improve on that particular sector. Kisumu is very much open. We are very much ready, and we are happy for this project to help communities and groups, which are, by the way, very much ready to take up initiatives. We have very active groups within Kisumu. So thank you for the project, and I hope that our Kisumu actors within the waste sector will fully benefit from the SWIFT project. Thank you so much, Vincent.
Thank you very much, Director Koyo. That's, very good highlights from Kisumu County in terms of stakeholder engagement, how you are engaging with the different actors, the policy side of things, how you are creating the enabling environment, particularly on solid waste management, which is the realm of county governments. Asante sana. We are looking forward to working together with Kisumu County and to learning from each other on an inter-county basis as we move forward. Out then, Mombasa will be left out for now because they will be on the panel. So because of time, I want to invite Dr. Sam Kotut, who is the Minister for Environment in Uasin Gishu County. Dr. Kotut, karibu na utuambie vile the Home of Champions is doing.
Thank you, Koyo. All protocol observed. I want to give a brief about Uasin Gishu County government, what they're doing about solid waste management, and I'll start by giving the legislative framework of what has been done and what we are doing with the groups that are dealing with solid waste. The way we are looking at it from Uasin Gishu is that we started with the general governance of the international SDG framework, where we are dealing with SDG number 6, which is dealing with the governance of water and sanitation, improvement and management for all. SDG number 8, we are dealing with economic growth and what should be done to improve even jobs, especially green jobs in the Uasin Gishu County. We are borrowing a lot from this. SDG number 11, as we become a city, we are looking at how sustainable cities can be managed and how they can improve in the management of solid waste. SDG number 13 is what is covering climate action. And as a county, we think this should be very important to us, even as we cascade it down to the county. And coming down to MCA 1999, which the PS has just alluded earlier, the legislative frameworks that has come out or been borrowed from MCA includes the legislative framework of 2009, 2015, 2022, 2015, which gives counties the mandate to manage solid waste for the betterment of the people of the county governments. And so we are looking at what we've done as a county. We enacted a 2020 Environment Act, which we borrowed a lot from the MCA and these other government legislative agendas that has directed the counties to put in place mechanisms to address solid waste. And so in Uasin Gishu County, we are looking at implementing the 2020 environmental document, which is the act we are using in Uasin Gishu County. Now, in terms of what we do as a county, I must say, as a county, we have two levels of management of waste. We have Eldoret Water and Sanitation Company, which is dealing with the liquid waste and also solid waste in the city or in the town. Now, Eldoret is charged with managing wastes from estates and municipalities that are surrounding the estates. But more importantly is the Uasin Gishu Rural Water and Sanitation Company, which is a second company managed by, it's also managed as a limited liability company, just like Eldowas, but owned, of course, by the county government. This one is to look at the towns that are upcoming. Those people are polluting. Those people have a lot of what we call liquid waste and solid waste, which must be managed before bringing it to town, where the Eldoret Water and Sanitation Company is managing. Now, back to town. In the city, I'm calling myself city or ourselves city because we are very optimistic. We shall be a city by 19th of April. That is when we'll have the charter given to us. So we can still use that word anyway, but not officially. But in the city of Eldoret, I want to say we have a lot of solid waste that people as the Eldowas company picks using companies of people who have been contracted to pick the solid waste. This is dumped in a dump site. It's actually a mountain of waste. Before I talk of what is happening or the players that come in to actually excavate or scavenge into these dumping sites, I want to say we have not had a strict plan to either process the solid waste. What we are doing, we are picking from estates, we are picking from people, we are picking from municipalities around the city, around the town, within the county, and dumping it in the dump site. What we've done, or what is happening, is that in as much as the legislative framework is there, we are yet to actually implement a program where we put money, or we get sponsors, or we get people like KCIC to partner with us, so that we have good stories like we have seen from Kisumu and the other first presenter, so that we generate what we call small and medium enterprises that come up to actually process and segregate and separate this solid waste into other products, so that we'll be moving away from linear economy into circular economy. And so our role as a county government is to ensure that we, in the future, put money and make collaborations with partners to partner with us. So at the moment, or what is happening is that people, individuals, we have registered some have not been registered, some are individuals, some are dealing with plastics, some are dealing with other forms of inorganic waste, some are dealing with organic, which is residues from food wastes and maybe even agricultural wastes, but so it is varied. So we are looking into the future to find a way as a county to see how we can meaningfully process this solid waste, because it is piling and it is increasing. I cannot estimate the tonnage at the moment, but I must say maybe it's going to about 2,000 metric tons at the moment, but it is increasing as the population is increasing, as we also have what we call rural to urban migration. People are coming into the city, and therefore waste will increase as this is continuing. So way forward that is why we are here, to see how we can partner with people, to see how we can even generate or convert the solid waste into a business for people like what I've seen this morning, the people who have really made their lives change because they have embraced technologies in solid waste management. I can see Kupio is here standing next to me, but let me say I want to thank KCIC for inviting us. This has been an eye-opener for us, because we have been dealing with international people who come and not been able to really, in a meaningful way, give us solutions to address the over 2,000 tons of waste in Uasin Gishu County, Eldoret Town. So I think this might be the beginning of things coming for KCIC, so that we get other people to help us as a city. But in a small way, we shall be funding a small project of even segregation of the waste. Now, I must say, as one speaker said, yes, we have put bins where people in the estates have been asked to, segregate and put different colors for organic, plastic, and so on. So our people, I don't know whether it's Eldoret alone, but our people, like the speaker said, these people, they come and dump it next to the bin. So a lot of times, people have to now pick it and dump it into the truck, because there's no time to segregate. So in developed countries, you find that people really know this is plastic, this is organic, this is this, and they do it. But because this is their waste, they expect the county government to come now and go after them to pick it and segregate or aggregate for them. So this is the challenge we have as Uasin Gishu. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Waziri Kotut. And on to your last point, one thing that the program is going to do is also to create awareness on sustainable waste practices. And probably with that, we will see more of a culture shift from the mindset of linear waste management to circularity. So we will partner to have conversations with communities to create awareness both offline and online. As we move forward, we have our hosts. The Chief Officer for Environment was here, but he has stepped out. We then will have his place taken up by Director Maurice Kavai to be able to share with us and with everybody out there what the capital city is doing. We know there's an action plan in place which came through as a result of wide stakeholder consultations. Probably you will have to mention something around that on what the county is doing. Karibu sana Bwana Kavai.
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me take this opportunity to thank KCIC and all the partners who has made this event to be successful as it is. And before I proceed, I want to welcome the new faces who have come from very far to Nairobi City County. Karibuni sana. Those who are still recovering from the yesterday's Valentine, it's time to work. In Nairobi we say lazima iwak. So, ladies and gentlemen, Nairobi City County has a population of 5 million people during the day and 4 million people during the night. I don't know how we arrived at those statistics, but I want to leave it upon you to figure it out. Thank you, Chief, for coming forward. This population generates 3,000 tons of waste every single day. And I think I should say that we are part of that population which generates 3,000 tons of waste each and every single day. And this is the waste which we are supposed to collect, transport, and go and manage at the dump site. So our process of managing the waste is actually categorized into three areas I've just mentioned. And the first one is to collect that waste. The second one, we have to transport that waste. And the third one, we ensure that waste is properly managed at the dump site. The actors who are involved in this waste management, first of all, we have our own county fleet. I know you have seen them well labeled. We have about 50 trucks in our fleet. We also have what we call skips. Skips are the ones which carry the skips you have seen being placed in various markets. The other actors we have is the contracted contracted services, where contractors are actually hired to assist the cities in collecting the waste to the dump site. And then the last actors in the waste management. We have the private sector, the ones we call the PSPs, and also the community-based organizations. I want to talk about the community-based organizations and also the private sector actors, because they really bridge the gap in terms of ensuring the waste is collected, transported, and also they are the key drivers of what we are talking about today, the circular economy model. So as a city, we have been very key in making sure that we support the private sector in repurposing the waste. And what we have been able to do, we have been able to profile at least 600 community-based organizations who collect household waste. And we also support them in ensuring that whatever residue they have, they're able to take it to the dump site. We also ensure that we connect them to the primary recyclers. These primary recyclers are the ones who repurpose that waste. We have close to 120 primary recyclers who are able to convert that waste into finished products. The biggest challenge we have seen so far when it comes to waste management, and it's an issue which I want to put it to the partners here to be able to take it up, is the issue of contaminated waste. The degree of waste contamination in the city of Nairobi is very high, and that means that if this waste is not well sorted, then at the end of the day, the purpose of that waste also goes down. So whatever goes to whatever goes for repurposing is very little. So I want to call upon partners to be able to strengthen the city's interventions in terms of ensuring that at the generation level, the waste is well sorted. The other initiative, which is also very critical, is supporting the community-based organizations in the innovative ways. We know very well that they have very good ideas, but now scaling up those ideas into big projects is really a challenge within the city. Some of them will do very good exhibition, but what happens after they do the exhibition is a challenge because they don't have the resources. So I'm looking forward to KCIC through this program to be able to really assist our community-based organization and the actors in the PSB program to really assist them to be able to scale up those projects. I want to give a good example of the organic waste we have in the city. We generate about 60% of the organic waste. Out of the 3,000 tons, 60% of that waste is organic. So that waste can be made into purposeful organic manure. But where is that market? Are we in a position to champion, to have at least Kenyans using the organic manure? And in that case, the stockholders who are present here, including the NEMA and also the ministry, if the city of Nairobi generates about 1,800 tons of organic waste, if you do some simple calculation at the end of the year, you might have enough organic fertilizer to even go back to our farms. And those who have been able to do what we call reverse engineering, we grow by what we have eaten. So if today you had a nice meal with proper nutrients, what does that one mean? It means that those nutrients will be replicated in your body in that particular way. So the organic waste which we have in the city is of high value, because we get farmers from all over the country. Those who have been able to do the research on that organic waste, they have discovered that the organic waste is of very high value, but what is required is to break even the market for that organic waste. If we do so, then we'll be solving the city 60% organic waste menace in the city. Talking of the plastics we have in the city, we have mapped the stakeholders who are involved in the plastics industry. But look at the prices of that particular commodity. Is it even? So KCIC, I'm looking forward for you guys to be able to craft a model of ensuring that the prices of plastics are even and our CBOs are able to get value of what they are able to repurpose. Otherwise, they will not be taking time to really sort that waste, plastic from whatever they are collecting. And then it is also very important to put more resources on research. Previously, we got an opportunity to travel to these countries in Europe. The professor was talking about. There is a lot of investment in terms of research. Research is very important, so the city needs to get more support so that these actors on waste management can be able to find suitable solutions for the products which they really want to put in the market. Recently, I got a case on a lady who was actually intending to recycle synthetic air. That case is still in my office, and if there's any partner who is really interested in picking up that kind of project, I will really be very glad. I'm very sure that lady will be very happy if she gets an opportunity to work with one of you. So, so the issue is we have very good minds within the city, but there is need for us to be able to fill in that gap through various partner support. I also want to appreciate the fact that the KCIC has been able to come in and through the Nairobi Waste Management Plan, the city will be able to make more tremendous results in managing their waste. I want to recognize the presence of our chief officer. I know he would want to throw one word or two. I saved some minutes for him, so Vincent, don't deny the chief officer that opportunity. Thank you.
It's okay, Bwana Chief. We, in about 3 minutes, I know we have engaged a lot this week, but karibu sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I think Maurice has really summarized what we would have wanted to speak about as Nairobi City County. First, let me bring greetings from His Excellency, the Governor of Nairobi City County, Governor Sakaja. He was actually supposed to be here, but he sent me instead earlier today because of another commitment with the British Chamber of Commerce. So kindly receive his greetings, and I think Maurice has really given what Nairobi City County would have discussed in terms of waste management. He's in charge of climate change, but I think he has done justice to the topic of discussion today. Mine is to encourage partners like KCIC and others that are coming on board to assist some of the innovators that we have in the waste management sector, and also to encourage other partners as well to come on board and assist. Most of these community-based organizations have very brilliant ideas when it comes to waste management, and I think having partners coming on board to assist such is a way, of course, to assist us, as of course was mentioned by the DG NEMA. All of us are waste generators, and actually the solution lies with all of us. So once again, thank you very much, CIC. But I also want to tell Professor that spoke earlier that yes, Brazil is nice, but I think Kenya is the beautiful country in the world. I was born here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bwana Chief, for that. And to that session, we have not had Nakuru because of the engagement that PS Ngeno was going to in Naivasha. Nakuru is engaged in that particular activity, so we'll have them another time. Otherwise, we thank the county governments of Kisumu, Uasin Gishu, Mombasa, and Nairobi for sending in representatives, and we look forward to working with you. From them at that point. Asanteni sana, let us clap for the counties.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your time, for your attention. We are now going into our panel discussion, and I know we've had a very engaging session, very interesting sessions, but I think this is going to be the most interesting one because we are going to hear from the different stakeholders that we have in the room. We have quite a number of stakeholders from ecosystem players in waste management, the private sector, the public sector, and we just want to have a discussion, a very authentic conversation on what does it take to pursue waste entrepreneurship, and what does it take to do that within the policy ecosystem, both at the national level and at the county level. This session is going to be steered by Trevor Mbija from Citizen TV, and I'll just invite him on stage to invite his panel so that we can have that conversation. Thank you so much. And we wish to encourage active networking. As I've said, we have quite a number of people in the room within the ecosystem. Do not leave without getting to know the person sitting next to you, because if there's one thing that we've established in this session is that it's going to take a multi-stakeholder approach to really transform the waste management sector in the country. So thank you so much. Trevor?
All right, thank you, Tobias, and good morning, everybody. Yapana, let me do this again. Good morning, everyone. Fantastic. Shall we all be upstanding, please? Don't worry, we're not in church. I will not ask you to say hi to your neighbor. I will not ask you to give any offerings. Just stand, stretch a bit. It is not fine to sit for too long. Yes, stretch kidogo. Thank you very, very much. I will also not ask you to pick up the trash that we've just littered. Don't worry, you're okay. You're in safe hands. Now you may take your seats again. All right? Thank you so, so much. Now, my name is Trevor Mbija. Over the next 1 hour, we're going to have a very engaging session. We're saying, how do we enable entrepreneurship in the waste sector within Kenya's emerging policy landscape? But I'll simplify that for you. The simple question is, how do we create an enabling environment for waste entrepreneurship? That really is the key. How do we create an enabling environment for waste entrepreneurship? Last year, 2023, there was a research done by Aspen Network for Development Entrepreneurs, known as ANDE. They said the green entrepreneurship space in Kenya is worth a whooping $54 billion US. Yeah, $54 billion US. But how come we don't see much of that? How come we haven't taken advantage of it? This is the conversation we are having. How do we create an enabling environment for waste entrepreneurship? I will give you a chance to speak as the stakeholders and the waste generators as well. Where do you see the gaps? How do we fix it? In just 60 minutes, all right? But first, let me call upon my panelists to come up on stage. They'll have microphones with them. And then Ernest and myself will be roaming with the microphone, interacting with you so that you also give your ideas. I know you understand what we're talking about here. So let me start with Newton Osore, Head of Waste Management Division at NEMA. A round of applause for him as he comes up. Thank you very, very much. Pauline Oginga, Chief Officer, Solid Waste Management, Mombasa County. A round of applause for her as she comes up. Asante sana. You may take your seat. Thank you very, very much. Next is Dr. Jane Nyakango, CEO, Kenya National Cleaner Production Center. Dr. Jane, a round of applause for her as she comes up. Asante sana. And last but not least, Patrick Muchunku, Head of MSME Capacity Building, MSEA. A round of applause for him as he comes up as well. Thank you very, very much. So we're going to start this conversation in reverse. Let's see the policy and the stakeholders here. How many of you have ideas? Show of hands. How do we create an enabling environment for waste entrepreneurship? Let's start from there, then come to the panel. Show of hands. If you have a quick idea, I know Abila is there. You've been dealing with this for quite some time. I'll volunteer you now that you're not volunteering. You're the one to start off this conversation, then I'll come to the panel. This is like going to heaven. Whoever gets there first will be given the chance. In 60 minutes, it will run by really fast. In my experience, 60 minutes goes by very fast. By the time you're thinking of saying something, you don't have the time. So this is your chance. Show of hands. If you have a comment, then we'll have you. And then over there, the two ladies. Then I'll come to my panelists. Yes, Abila.
All right. So may not be an idea because I already presented how technology has the opportunity to transform the waste sector, right? So when you talk about opportunities, and you look at the unemployment that exists for young people, youth and women, and yet it's a $54 billion industry. Why are them not then involved in this sector? Sorry, Kizungu meenda Kizungu kidogo. So think about it, right? If you want to invite people in the sector, is it dignified enough? Is it rewarding enough? What policies are you enforcing to ensure that they're involved in it? And I know part of our work, one thing that I didn't mention is that through the tremendous support with KCIC, right now we've received, I think, notable awards, the Presidential Innovation Award, the Circular Economy Catalyst Award, and even next week we're doing a major drive for 200 waste collectors in Kisumu, working with KPRO. All this is coming from the opportunity of transformation, right? Okay. But where is the real gap, and what can you as a panelist tell us about it? The truth, nothing but the truth.
All right. So help us God. How to make it easy, rewarding, and dignifying. Yes, over here, and then I'll come to the two ladies over there, then we start the conversation. Yes, sir. Start with your name, please.
My name is Oscar Ebalu. I'm the Environment and Economic Sustainability Advisor for Africa, working with TIA Fund. I think that we need to bridge the gap between those who are involved in waste management with those who have the finances. So establishing pipelines where we're able to transform businesses to be able to upskill them so that they're able then to be financial literate. They should be able to know where to access these funds, and also providing an environment where those who have got the funds to share and say, we've got this decentralized fund, it's accessible right at community level, and on top of all that, finally, is to engage in environmental stewardship so that even those who are involved in waste management don't look at it only as a source of income, but look at it holistically. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. There are two ladies over here, and then I'll come to my panelists to respond. If you have a question, you may also ask. Yes. Go ahead. Start with your name, please.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Rose Nzioka. I'm the country director for Palladium Group in Kenya. I think, to me, really, we have to not leave anyone, not leave anyone behind. I think it's truly a governance problem, if you ask me, that most of the time we think that solutions are technical or it's very big, complex matters. And yet, I think the biggest challenge that we face is not having everybody on the table. So I think before we think everything, we have to map the stakeholders. We have to ensure we understand what is every actor in this space doing, what is their interest, and how can they be engaged, so that then we have buy-in from the word go.
Okay.
It's often said that big projects fail because of people, not technology, not equipment, not infrastructure. It's the people issues. So we have to have everybody on the table and ensure that we have buy-in. Community, people that are responsible for funding, implementers like ourselves, policymakers, the government, NEMA, everybody. We have to have everybody on the table so that, before we begin any journey. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes, go ahead. Start with your name, please.
My name is Winnie Chepkemoi. I work with Regen Organics. Regen Organics collects organic waste, produces or manufactures organic fertilizers and BSF. Yeah, my take is we need to create markets. What I mean by markets is creating awareness that we have products out of the waste. We need to standardize prices. We need to subsidize also, for example, the organic fertilizers. Currently we import a lot of inorganic fertilizers, but what about organic fertilizers? How do we create awareness to the farmers that it even has better benefits to them? How do we establish better pricing for the producer so that they are able to produce more, they are able to recycle waste? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, one more. Okay.
Thank you very much. Yes. Good morning to everyone. My name is Odweyo Kennedy from the Micro and Small Enterprise Authority. Yeah, we support micro and small enterprises, and the waste management sector is what we call the Sunrise Opportunity Center. So I have two concerns. They talked about the separation, the bins. I wanted to ask the people who put those bins there, where do you get the assumption that every Kenyan walking on the street knows that green stands for whatever or red stands for? Knowledge, informational gap. I think you need to do something with that. The second question I want to ask goes to the county governments. The challenge we've had with West is that we call it West, that. Now we are having a conversation about it being a raw material. So if we are looking at West from a raw material perspective, what stops county governments from, instead of engaging yourselves or your friends to carry the garbage, dump it whatever. You know, the funny thing is that sometimes it's picked from here, it's dumped here, so that it can be picked tomorrow from there to the other side. So what stops you from engaging the people who are going to use the raw materials directly? So that when they are picking the raw material, the waste, the raw materials from the city center, they are not taking it to Dandora so that someone else can now have the burden of having to take care of it. So that they are picking it directly and taking it to the factory, where they will also employ people. I think that will be a good incentive for those factories in their growth and creation of employment.
All right, thank you so much. Let's hear from our panelists, then I'll open the floor again for more reactions and questions if they're there. And I'll start with Newton. Newton Osorio on this. As you answer this question of how do we create an enabling environment for waste entrepreneurship, you've also had some of the concerns coming from Kennedy, Winnie, Rose, and Oscar. And I saw you writing them down. You can start by responding by how fast do we bridge that gap? What do you see as the gap? And how do we bridge it? Then you can answer the questions.
Thank you, Trevor. Indeed, it's an honor to speak to the players. We are used to receiving applications in NEMA from the players, process, then we meet in the field. But quickly to have a bit of response to what the players have raised, I'll start with Abila. Where is the gap? And I'll combine with Oscar's concern. He has the finances, but the gap is not clear. So my thinking is data management is the first gap. We have met investors who have come to the office. They want to invest in waste management, but unfortunately, we don't have enough information to convince them. For instance, and I wish Ibrahim could have been here because I watched his show the other day, but we assume that most of the data, most counties have had from Kisumu, Uasin Gishu, and the other county. About 60% of waste that is generated is organic. So what do we need to do? If an investor comes, what would be our first priority? Setting up a composting facility. So that would probably solve the issue. So the first challenge that we need to address is data. And how is NEMA doing this? If we make reference to the Sustainable Waste Management Act of 2022, it provides for the creation of a national waste inventory, and the authority has been charged with that. Already there is a draft system that has to be subjected to public participation, especially for the county governments who will be remitting this data to the national authority. The other bit of technology, I think KCIC is doing a great part to bridge that gap, using technology to enhance the recycling concept. So the issue of finance and the gap has been done. Stakeholder mapping, I agree with Winnie. There are still stakeholders who are left out, right from policy or even at the very implementation stage. And most likely, most of the time, they're the West Pickers Associations. So what the county government probably needs to do is to always bring on board the real players, especially when customizing or when they're customizing the national regulations to fit their county models. For the color coding, I think Kennedy is really upset that we have to dump waste next to the trash bin, or we think green is organic. For organic, you have your e-waste and you dump it there. So as an authority at policy level, Trevor, again, the Sustainable Waste Management Act, although the PS guided that all sections of the Act are being mainstreamed to the overall Environmental Management and Coordination Act, but as it is, it also provides for gazettement of color codes. So what, as an authority, we've been tasked with is to come up with a national color coding system so that Dr. Kotut of Uasin Gishu does not use 6 litter bins. Then we have Kennedy using 3. We have Georgina and the Danish government using 10. So we try to harmonize. Our role as a national authority is to come up with a national color coding system, and it's already proposed. Public stakeholder engagement is in the loop to at least start with maybe 3 players. We're talking of 6, but for a start, we need to start with 3. So once the adequate stakeholder engagement is undertaken, these will be gazetted, awareness done for about 6 months, and then we see how segregation of waste can help address some of these challenges that we are talking about.
All right.
Lastly, Trevor,
Yes.
once, material recovery facilities, very good. I've heard for Kisumu, they have already set up material recovery facilities. I was with Emily in Mombasa, she has an MRF. So what, for a material recovery facility is where we don't want all the waste to go to the dump site. What can be recovered should be taken directly for recycling. So that is provided for under the Sustainable Waste Management Act. Tasked, the county governments are tasked with it, but as NEMA we have committed to set up 5 model material recovery facilities before 30th of June. Thank you.
All right, let me bring in Pauline on this. Pauline, how do we create an enabling environment for waste entrepreneurship?
Thank you, Trevor. I'll start by echoing what Rose said. Having worked with her previously, is there's a disconnect between national government, counties, and stakeholders. So as county entity, our role is basically to sensitize the community, create market space for youth, and also give an opportunity for the private waste collectors. I'm saying private waste collectors because in Mombasa, we have both private and county waste collection entities. We generate around 1,000 tons per day. We spend so much as a county lifting this waste. We spend around 525,000 shillings per day lifting waste as a county entity, minus the cost of operation. If we are to recycle this waste, it means we'll spend less. But we are approaching this thing, I may say wrongly, we are supposed to invest more on waste recycling than investing more on procurement of trucks and everything. Because if we recycle this waste, you're supposed to recycle 90% of the waste that we are disposing of at the dump sites. It means that we'll process less. Now, if you look at the color coding and bins, as was said here, we have a pre-feasibility study done by European Investment Bank, where they did sampling in some households, just looking at the willingness to segregate waste at source. And the study says majority, if not all, were willing to go with 2 bins, one for dry waste, the other one for wet waste. Now, if we go back to what NEMA has proposed, a national government, the question will be, what will be the willingness in the households and people sitting here, how many are segregating their waste at household level? Now, when we start segregating this waste at household level, it means you're going to create that job space. Then it brings me back to the person who was saying, what stops the county from engaging people using raw materials from collecting this? My question is, what stops these people also from creating material recovery facility as proposed? Because when you create material recovery facilities, you also create job opportunities for people. So for county government of Mombasa, what we are now doing, we are embarking on the process of sensitizing youth, because 70% of our population is youth. So embarking the process of sensitizing the youth on the need. We don't want to look at waste as dirt being thrown away. We want to look at it in terms of the value. And we thank KCIC coming up with the SME program, because we had proposed to have at least 1 or 2 recycling machines based at the community level. So for us, what we are going to do is sensitize youth, create village community waste collection committees, and engage youth at that level, people who will be responsible for not just sensitization, but also sensitize them on how to create employment on their own. We tried using 2,500 per month, youth in the county, just to clean up and do all that stuff. But we realized we were not empowering enough. So how can we make them self-reliant? We are working in a generation where people are looking for quick money. They don't want to get dirty for them to make money. So how do we change that narrative? We are working in the generation that believes that this should be employed in offices. Okay. So how do we change that narrative and have them going for self-employment? And I'm proud of what Kisumu is doing, the organization in Kisumu is doing. They've come up with innovative ways of transforming this waste in something that has value. So as a county, our role is to create room for any key players in terms of stakeholders who will come on board, who want to engage the youth, women groups, CBOs, in waste generation or waste recycling. It's our also responsibility to protect the residents or key players in the county from being exploited by people who know the value of this. They come as middlemen, give them little money, and they end up not making much. It's also a responsibility to do resource mobilization for these people who are in the county, especially the residents, to come up with their businesses, startups, and also as a county we have a Department of Trade that is responsible for these SMEs. So for us, it's policy formulation, implementation, protection of our residents, creating an enabling environment for anyone who's coming to do this. But the caveat is, we also want to know exactly what these people are doing at the community level. And as a result, we did a stakeholder mapping, and we had a first meeting the other day with the key donors of all the CBOs who are working within the county, just to get to know exactly which areas they are supporting. And then now we'll move down to the people they support at the county level to hold them accountable, and also to see whether there's value for money at the community level. But the ultimate goal for all of us is to work together. We cannot pull in different directions. And especially when policies are being reviewed, policies are being drafted, the county knows exactly what is happening at the implementation level. We need to be involved for us to give our views and inputs in the drafting and reviewing of policies and regulations.
Okay, let me bring in Dr. Nyakang on this. How do we create that enabling environment for waste management, especially with emerging new policies? And Rose put it very well. How do we ensure we don't leave anyone behind? She says that it's a governance problem.
Thank you, Trevor. Jane Nyakango is my name, from the Kenya National Cleaner Production Center. We offer technical support in the area of waste management, resource efficiency, and pollution prevention, and we've been in existence for 24 years. So you can imagine the experience we've had well even before NEMA was birthed. First thing, let us accept, like waste management, solid waste management is a devolved function. And I have an experience that we have obtained in the last 2 years, 2022 to date. The Cleaner Production Center was doing a national solid waste inventory and then characterizing the e-waste per county, the fractions that they generate, the categories, the quantities, and how they're managed. How do we create an enable? What was the finding? Appalling, very pathetic. If we have to achieve the circularity that we are thinking about, there are several things that we have to do to create that enabling environment for us to realize where we are. What did we find out? The collection system is broken. It's broken because you find waste is collected, or some waste is collected, mixed. It may not end up in the designated dump site, but somewhere dumped somewhere. So you find fugitive waste, mountains coming up. Now, when we go to the designated dump site, we find that what gets there is very little. What does that tell you? So for us to create an enabling environment, we have to prioritize solid waste management generally, and we found that the budget provisions for solid waste management at the county level is not adequate. So, first thing, have an adequate budget at the county level, and there has to be serious engagement with the county, with the COG. With the COG, that's the Council of Governors. They have got to be seriously engaged in this and targets set. So we find that we ought to have proper, like now, lorries or whatever transport collection equipment, and then transfer stations for those waste fractions that ought not get to the dump site. They are not there. So that can enable setting up a material recovery facility. So we need that. 2 or 3, data capture. I'm telling you, we were estimating that the waste generated or collected by counties, by counting the number of donkeys that carry that waste, like now when we went to Lamu and whatever, they use donkeys to transport the waste. In other places, we're counting the number of lorries that hopefully end up, like in Dandora, and extrapolating that and getting what a county generates. So they told us, if you want to get the exact data, please give us money to station staff at the dump site so that we can take real data. So we found therefore that we found that data capture and recording bad. What have we developed jointly with NAMA? We have developed an solid waste and e-waste national portal, which is still at draft stage, has got to be subjected to stakeholder engagement to help the counties capture that data and feed it into the NEMA portal. Because when you are an investor and you are coming to Kenya, the first port of call is NEMA. So NEMA needs to have all the data, the total amount of solid waste and waste we generate in the country. And then when you go to the county level, you get for that particular county. We didn't find that. We found even the data we have is been done by professors, and it has been generated through the per capita consumption. That in a country like this, in a day, one person generates, like now, maybe 2.5 kilos, multiplied by the population, get that. We have to move away from there and realize, to be able to realize those millions, we need accurate data capture and recording. Next, we don't have standards for secondary raw materials and secondary products. That is recycled products. Kenya Bureau of Standards needs to be here. I don't know whether they're here. So that we start dignifying the secondary raw materials and products that we use. What do we find out also in the public procurement? Waste, obsolete equipment, products, whatever, they are sold through public auction. Some of them which are hazardous. So what does that mean? We need to revisit the Public Procurement Act. How do we deal with, obsolete equipment which is hazardous and which is waste, which ends up in the dump site? The other thing we found is we don't have a sanitary landfill in Kenya. So all the designated dump sites are hazardous sites because they are receiving mixed waste, healthcare waste, whatever waste, all manner of waste. So those should be designated and dealt with accordingly. Okay. Now, the county laws, the other thing we found out missing is the county. The national laws, the standards are good, but how well have the counties, contextualized that? So you find the contracting policy, the way they contract the waste collectors. There is no requirement or there is no enforcement that, segregate this waste and perhaps collect on different days. I'm one of those people whose, waste collector gives us separate bins, green, yellow, but they come and collect the same day and mix. So I was always saying, what's the effort? So how is the contracting policy at the county level? Lastly, we found that the counties must be told their work is not just to collect and dispose. Let us give them performance targets. How much has been recycled? How much have you diverted from the landfill? So that we can be able to assess their performance like that. How many material recovery centers have you set up? So that we begin to do business and we let data do the talking.
Okay.
I could talk more.
I'll give them a chance to respond to everything you've raised because it's very comprehensive. But let me bring in Patrick Muchungu on this, and he's the head of MSME capacity building. Patrick, there was a question about how we create the enabling environment, but mostly there was also a question from Oscar, bridging the gap between stakeholders and finances, accessibility to that finances. Winnie says we create awareness. So there's a question in terms of how well are the people in the sector given enough capacity to even access that funding, even to know where that money should be? How do you do that and ensure that they are adequately engaged?
Okay, thank you very much, Trevor. And my name is Patrick. I am the MSME capacity building at the Micro and Small Enterprise Authority. So allow me to pass greetings from my PS, Honorable Susan Mangeni. She sent her greetings. She was actually supposed to be in this panel, so please accept her apologies. Then I go now to the point. The challenges, the gaps are there. And even before I go to the real, discussion, I would like to point out that the State Department is supposed, the State MSME Department is coordinating all the policies that affect micro and small enterprises. So I'm imagining that the people involved in this, entrepreneurship in waste management, they are MSMEs. Some of them, they have turnovers less than 500,000 per year. So the question now begs, there is a gap on how these MSMEs are coordinated and even the information is given so that they can be able to tap into these opportunities. So as a State Department and through the state agencies that are under the State Department, we are working to make sure that there is an enabling environment. First of all, in the area of policy. Because I'm imagining a person who wants to engage in waste management has some pre-qualification conditions that that person needs to meet. For example, that person will require a business regional certificate to register a business so that can be able to engage in this activity. Talk about the environmental certificate, the county governments, and so forth. So as a state department, we are working with all stakeholders to make sure that we harmonize the licenses so that there are no too many licenses that will act as barriers for the people who want to engage in waste management. So we realize that the statement is supposed to coordinate all those activities. And if I mention Micro and Small Enterprises Authority, what we want to do, we promote, we develop, and regulate MSA sector. So in our activities, capacity building is key to it. So you realize that MSMEs does not know the opportunities that exist. So there is a lot of knowledge gap. There is a lot of capacity building that is required to make sure that the MSMEs also take part in this space. But this one is not really the work of the State Department alone. Ours is coordination and collaboration to make sure that we bring all the actors who can be able to support this initiative. The other element that was talked is about assets to finance. Remember, for you to engage in business, you require capital. Most of the banks, the commercial banks that we have in Kenya, would require stringent requirements for them, MSMEs, to access these facilities. At the State Department, we have funds that are there. KIA is able to provide funding up to 20 million that can be able to assist MSMEs in this area of waste management, acquire machines that they can be able to use them to recycle the waste products. We have a WESO fund that can be able to support groups that are organized with funding that can be able to support it. But remember, whatever the State Department may not be enough to sustain the MSME sector. Remember, we are talking about our 7.4 million people in this sector, in the sector of MSME. Therefore, it requires concerted effort to negotiate with financial institutions so that they can be able to offer tailor-made loan products that are suitable for this, for MSMEs that are engaged in this area of waste management.
Yeah.
The biggest challenge that we are faced is that, especially when you look at the micro elements of customers that we have or the people we have in Kenya, they are viewed as very risky. But remember, this sector employs over 80%. The employment that we have in Kenya, this sector employs over 80%. Therefore, it's a sector that cannot be ignored. Therefore, I think what we need is to have that collaborative approach,
yeah,
whereby we address the challenges that are faced with MSMEs in access to capital for startups.
Okay. Before I open the floor for stakeholders for reactions, let me see by a show of hands how many have something to say, a question, a comment. Okay, I'll come to you in just a bit, but allow the county and the national government to respond to some questions that Dr. Nyakango has raised, quite a number of them, and I'll start with you, Newton. How do you collect data? Because that is where the problem really is, first of all. If we say that in the entire country generates about 4,000 tons every day, about 2,000 of that is right here in Nairobi, and Pauline says about 1,000 is in Mombasa, surely the rest of the country can't just generate 1,000. So it means there's something there. There's a problem with the data.
Rightly put, Trevor. Just like Dr. Nyakango has said, data management is a problem in Kenya. You know, solid waste management is a devolved function. The role of the national government is to coordinate. And we expect this data to be generated by the counties, so that what goes to the dump site, just like the DG said, let's call them the dump sites, is what should be documented. In 2015, there was a solid waste management, a national solid waste management strategy of 2015 that clearly stipulated minimum points. And when I say that, maybe if I can take you back, these sites are not licensed. They're not formally licensed by NEMA. I know my county colleagues will sour.
So they're all illegal dump sites,
yes.
basically.
I do not want to mention that we have judgments that close some of these sites, current cases on these sites. But if we leave that behind us, we want to walk a journey towards closing dump sites, and that is already in law, the Sustainable Waste Management Act. We want to close the dump sites and focus on material recovery facilities and sanitary landfills. That is the spirit of the national government. And that is why I get excited when I hear counties have already established material recovery facilities, because we were thinking we were right on the game, doing designs for material recovery facilities, coming up with color coding so that we enhance segregation, so that a lot goes to an MRF and very little goes to a sanitary landfill. So data is a problem, but we can't keep crying on the past. We have a national waste information system that has already been proposed, and we are we had 3. Our target for this quarter is to call for public participation, a regional public participation. 1, to have input on guidelines for material recovery facilities, what counties and individuals have gone ahead to establish, but we want to harmonize. 2, to have input on the proposed color coding system, so that we do not have different counties segregating. And 3, on a workable national waste information system. So that is the input we are waiting for, or rather we are engaging with the counties and all other players. So I don't believe in saying no, there is a problem in data, but there is already a proposed solution, Trevor and team.
But she also says even the collection system is broken.
The collection system is a challenge, and the counties, these are devolved function. The counties give it their best. We license waste collectors, but the counties are the main players. So there is need to upscale enforcement when it comes to collection of waste. But again, we as generators of waste do not need to litter around.
Okay. Let me bring in the county government. Pauline is here to also respond to that. Yes.
Trevor, I like the point at which the national government always disengages from the county. It's like they are disowning their own child. We all know there's devolution, functions devolve, but resources hardly devolved. So we say with the collectors, there's a question on the way we contract waste collectors in matter of segregation, and collect on different days. For Mombasa, we are piloting. We're just about to start piloting waste segregation at household level, and we are starting with 2 sub-counties to see how, this is a habit we are trying to change. People were born and they're used to mixing everything together, and it goes to the dump site. So we want to start by piloting in these 2 sub-counties. Already 800 households have been sensitized. But remember, you cannot just sensitize households and you fail to sensitize the waste collectors, because they're the people who will collect this waste from the households. And the question you are asking, I'm glad it has been echoed, was how do we now collect this segregated waste from the household without mixing it? And that's where the waste collectors were coming in for sensitization. Then how do we now bring other players to appreciate this segregated waste and turn it into some economic value? And then now, how do we now collect the non-recyclables to the dump site? Through partnership with NEMA, as much as they're running away from us, we are establishing a container for e-waste in Mombasa. I think we are one of a few counties that are being supported to establish an e-waste facility within our head office, which will help us now collect e-waste material from Mombasa County. We had a meeting with them sometime last year, and they're trying to take us through data, just like you rightfully said, lack of data in counties. So they're trying to approximate how much e-waste we have per county, but we could not own that data because we asked, how did you collect this data to say that for Mombasa County we have around 4,500 e-waste being generated in the county. So the issue of having a proper working data system will help us know, because even for us, the 1,000 tons we generate, we validated through European Investment Bank feasibility study that was done the other day. So we relied on that and said at least this sounds scientific to help us know. But we still have waste that don't end up in the collection points, especially in the rural areas. We don't collect. You know, Mombasa is it's a city, but we have rural areas where you visit and you cannot imagine you're in Mombasa County. So those wastes don't end up in the dumping sites and don't end up in our collection points. On the bins, so the other question from Nyakango was, counties are not just to collect and dispose, and I think I've answered that. We are trying to work with other players to see how we can bring people on board. There's something that was mentioned, Trevor, and I'll be unfair not to mention it, about putting dustbins along the streets. And someone mentioned colors and everything. When you put metal dustbins, they end up in the scrap metal yards. So I've seen someone in this house whom we are trying to test something on dustbins made from recycled materials, and that's Baustaka. So she brought some dustbin made from recycled materials, and we're trying to pilot and see how do they survive in harsh weather, rainy season, dry season and everything. If it works, then maybe we can use that now to come up with more dustbins that we can use in other places.
Yeah. How practical is collecting garbage in different days after the segregation? And how practical is it to do is what Kennedy was saying, that you just engage the raw materials users directly, so that if you're collecting plastic and you know a dealer wants plastics, the trucks go straight to him, so that there's no middleman in between.
Currently what we are doing, we have schedules. We've come up with, we have schedules where trucks go around to specific places in specific days to collect
all the garbage.
All the garbages in those areas.
There's no segregation at that point.
At that point, there's no segregation. So what you're saying is, once we start this segregation of waste, we want all these recyclables to go to the material recovery facility. County is not a business entity. We are just providing avenue for people who want to collect this material to come and collect from the material recovery facility. And I think that's why we are working with JICA, we are working with national government to come up with the model material recovery facilities to create a space where all these recyclables are collected, and then they come and pick from these places.
All right. We have just about 20 minutes. There was a lot of reactions. Let me have Ernest help with this table. There's a lady over there. She was the first one to raise her hand. Those two tables first. And then I'll come to my panelists for closing remarks. If you have questions, pose it to them. Write them down, tafadhali, then you'll respond. Yes. Start with your name, ma'am.
Yes, thank you very much, Trevor. My name is Georgina Washuka. I work with Kenya Association of Manufacturers, a very big stakeholder in this waste management space. So for me, I'd like to hear from the panel in terms, and especially from NEMA at national level, how they're coming up with those material recovery facilities, because there could just be other formal dump sites that are being transited, in different places. We know it's an MRF is a high, the money you put into setting up an MRF is not little. So we'd like to see how they have planned for this, to make sure that when in private sector, we're able to do the collections and everything, we can actually take the waste there. Then also, I want to hear what the national government is doing in terms of civic education, because when you go to the waste or a dustbin, the person that you see is Bio, the person that you see is Maya, but it's me, the person at home. This, we'd like to see a campaign like that, like the one that was run for COVID, where the national government and everybody comes in together to educate everybody in the country on how to manage their waste and not just litter around.
Okay.
Then the other thing is there's also a challenge. Like Dr. said, the system is broken because the waste collectors who collect waste from the estates and everywhere are licensed by the same government agencies. But you see this being dumped on rivers. The next thing, when it rains, that waste goes into the river. And the person who is seen in the river is not the guy who dumped or the guy who mismanaged the waste somewhere, but the people who actually produce this product. So what are the plans around this? We'd like to hear that.
Yeah.
And lastly, how do they intend to manage waste segregation in the informal sectors?
Okay.
We have the slums, we have our villages. How is that going to happen? These people are even struggling to get food. So where would they get money to start buying liners for separation of waste?
Okay. All right. Yes. Still on the same table? Yes, sir.
My name is Raj Kent from Alternative Energy Systems. Trevor, I think where this panel and this whole conversation is breaking down is the cost of recycling. It is very interesting that everybody today is talking about MRFs, segregation centers. We are even being told about organic waste. But we had a lady at that table who talked about the organic waste, which they are converting into a fertilizer, and is unable to get a market for that fertilizer in Kenya. Now, our national government is copying what you find in developed countries. This extended producer responsibility, ECR, that was being discussed today, we are just copying what is happening in the West. But what they forget to tell the rest of us is that there are subsidies or incentives which have been put in place to allow recycling to be profitable, because nobody's going to run an MRF for you unless he's able to make some money out of it. Unfortunately, what nobody in this room has addressed is that cost. How does the national government and our policy makers, including the county governments, expect a waste collector to go out, spend 8 hours of his day, pick up waste, and not even earn a decent living?
Okay.
And so, I'd really like to hear from the panel, how is the government really addressing the question of cost of recycling and incentivizing this whole process?
All right. Thank you, Raj. Back there, I don't think they had spoken, and that you just take maybe about 2 more behind you, Ernest. Yes. There's a lady right next to you also. Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Trevor. My name is Magina. I work with VSO, Voluntary Service Overseas. And I wanted maybe just to carry on from what you were saying, and also what Rose mentioned from Palladium. One, I think at some point I'd like someone to break to me what inclusive economy means. That's one. And the reason as to why I'm saying that is because maybe if I will go back to the West pickers, as we are calling them, what do you call them in MGA? It's not West pickers. Yeah, like resource suppliers, basically. So there's the angle of inclusion. So one, I wanted to say, just to ask the county, maybe governments, or maybe even the national government, how are we also addressing the issue of cartels? I'm saying that because I know Takataka Solutions are here, Mr. Green Africa are here, I work with them, and we engage with young people on a daily basis. One of the biggest struggles that women particularly say, for those women who are interested, who are already preneurs, wastepreneurs, is with the cartels, they are only allowed to pick the least value wastes. So the cartels, the men, no offense, not starting any debate, but they pick all the high value waste, and then the women only end up with the least value waste. Of course, the reality nowadays is there are so many single-headed households with the women being the heads of households, and if they end up getting the least value waste, then that of course affects the decency of the income. And I think Mtaka mentioned around how we are dignifying and the decency of these opportunities. So that's one, how are we dealing with those cartels? There's also the element of safety and security, again, for these women. Again, I engage with these women, and some of them saying, of course, someone said, there's no security. So there's a lot of rape issues, there's a lot of mishandling of these women, and so they shy away from these sectors. Again, coming back to the element of inclusive economy. And when you ask them, they tell you the administrative authorities within those localities, they are not doing anything. So I don't know if it's, I don't talk about corruption, of course, because I'm sure there's something that we can do, because everyone is talking about the multi-stakeholder approach.
Okay.
So, and then maybe lastly also is, again, I know this might be controversial, but unfortunately or fortunately, we also have a lot of refugees in this sector. And I'm just curious also to see how we are supporting them, because of course there's the issue of documentation. Some MCI I think has said about they need licenses, they need to operate, but of course there's that limitation. So I'm curious to know how they're being supported, because there are also quite a big percentage who are in this sector. I'll stop there.
All right, let's kindly just pick two more, Ernest, at your discretion. Just two more.
Thank you, Trevor, and thank you to the panelists, and thank you, Ernest. So my name is Rosemary Amondi. I'm with the Regional Director for the Aspen Network of Development Entrepreneurs. So I was very happy to hear the research that we did on green entrepreneurship and the numbers that we came up being cited here. It's always good to hear when the data informs discussions, it informs action. So that's excellent. So the point I wanted to make, so I have two questions, but I just wanted to make the point also that when we were doing the research around the opportunity in waste management and circular economy, one of the things that we found was that yes, billions of opportunity, but there's a disclaimer and a rider there. This opportunity is trapped. It's trapped, it's not opportunity that's available now, and number two, it's an opportunity that's pegged on our GDP growth over the next 10 years. So somebody might just take the word, the number, 42 billion, and wonder, 42 billion. Why don't we all close shop and go to that sector and just do that for the rest of our lives? So this opportunity is trapped. I'm glad we're talking about the policy and regulatory barriers. It's trapped around issues to do with finance. So it's trapped around issues to do with technical support, capacity building. So it's exciting, obviously, to see the program being launched today. The great work that KCIC is doing is going to solve a lot of that. My question is really around the role of policy, and particularly policy coherence. What do I mean, and why do I speak about policy coherence? So we have MCER talking about harmonization of permits, licenses, and so on. We will go to another meeting. Ministry of Trade is talking about harmonization. We've been hearing about and I'm sorry to put you on the spot. We've been hearing about harmonization for a while. If you go to an average business, there's 19 certificates on the wall. In this sector, there's about 7 or 8 additional permits and licenses that you need to operate, in addition to the other. So the question is, how do you ensure that all these agencies that are responsible, NEMA, Ministry of Health, there's youth, when we talk to, for example, right now, assuming even this year we solve the issue of harmonization of licenses, KRA has just issued a circular around ETR machines for waste practitioners. So you've solved one thing, and then another agency of yours has then gone in and put in something else that then makes that policy initiative irrelevant. So it's back to scratch for this business that was already starting, it's growing. and then KCIC does great work, supports these enterprises, and then they have to shut down again in 2 years.
Okay.
So one step forward, one step back. So policy coherence, that's
All
the
right.
point I wanted to bring.
Thank you, Rosemary. One more.
Thank you very much. My name is Arthur Onyuka. I'm one of the KCSE directors. Now, I want to say that from the director's perspective, this initiative is very, very important to KCAC, and we need to get it right. First, I have 2 comments and then 1 question to the national government. The first comment is that we really need to invest in innovative ideas that will be able to come up with new products that are we can be able to commercialize. That's when we can be competitive. The next comment I have is that it is very, very important to come up with strategies, effective strategies for public awareness and education. That is what will transform the attitudes of people out there. And then can we also consider probably embedding waste management in the curriculum, in the school curriculum, so that we start teaching our children on the waste prevention, so they grow up knowing the effects of waste and the benefits of waste management. Finally, the question to the national government. We are trying to deal with our waste, the waste that we generate internally. But what are we doing actually? What policies are we putting in place to control the waste that we bring in the country? And I'm talking about issues to do with mitumba, issues to do with used shoes and all that, and all the categories of waste that we allow in. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Before I bring in my panelists for their reactions, there's a CCM for Finance and Planning, Kakamega County. Where are you? Show of hands, a CCM. Yes, there you are. I am aware that you're planning to set up a waste management plant. This almost relates to the question Raj was asking. What is the cost of recycling and what are the incentives for the people? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Trevor. I'm CPA Livingston Imbai, the County Executive Committee member in charge of Finance and Economic Planning, Kakamega County. I've been following the conversation keenly, and I just wanted to weigh in briefly that Kakamega County, we are ahead in terms of addressing the issue of waste management. As we talk now, we launched the waste management plant factory, which is being constructed by Region Organics, and I'm happy my sister is there and she can confirm, at a place called Matawa in Mumias West sub-county. So we are ahead, Bwana Ken, in terms of addressing the issue you raised as counties. Kakamega, the plant that we are putting up in Mumias West is going to take care of waste management that is generated in Kakamega County, Bungoma County, Kisumu County, Vihiga County, Trans Nzoia County, Uasin Gishu County. Bwana Trevor, we are also organizing the first Kakamega International Investment Conference on 19th and 22nd of March. So I just want to take an early opportunity to invite the participants who are here to attend this conference with an aim of benchmarking on the waste management plant that we are putting up in Kakamega, which will solve the issue of waste management.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So let me bring in now Muchunku to start on the response, plus giving your closing remarks as we head that way, because we're running out of time here. There was a question from Rosemary on the role of policymakers and making sure there's policy coherence. She says, how do you ensure all the agencies are harmonized so that we don't make 1 step forward and 2 steps back? Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Basically, it is true that there is a lot of effort that has been put in the area of harmonization of licenses. You find many actors in the space that deals with micro and small and medium enterprises, working to make sure that we harmonize. But I want to give you an assurance that the Ministry of MSMEs, the State Department for MSMEs department, is currently addressing those challenges. And what we are doing is that because there are different sectors that are involved and different instances, we are working towards bringing all actors together. Of course, we realize also the Ministry of Trade is also working on those licenses that affect, especially on those bigger businesses. But we are working as one government to make sure that we achieve this harmonization of licenses. Because we realize that besides the national government agencies and licenses that are there, also the county governments are there. So we are also involving the Council of Governors to make sure that these licenses are harmonized. I know this is a story that's been told severally, Rosemary, but the efforts are made are there to make sure that we achieve this, this goal. Because you see, we are all working for the same MSMEs. The people in the county government, they are also serving those MSMEs. And the national government are serving them. So we have, the heart to make sure that we harmonize those things, and so that you guys can be served well. Thank you.
All right, let me bring in now Dr. Nyakango. You've had all the questions that have been raised here and the concerns. What is your take home and what is your recommendation going forward? Sorry.
Okay, my take home is that first and foremost, we acknowledge that solid waste or waste management is a devolved function, and there is a role for the national government and the county government, and the two need to speak to each other in terms of even data flow, data capture and flow, so that as a country we have one reference point where we can get the national situation on waste management, and that is NEMA. NEMA is a big brother. NEMA is big time. I think, in my view, they really need to put on that cap and bring all these stakeholders together so that all those policy harmonizations can be done to speak to all the to the MCA and the other legal instruments that they're talking about. If you go to the US, EPA suffered what NEMA is suffering right now because it competes with the other institutions that are established by an act of parliament. So what happened is that US EPA was elevated to report directly to the presidency and sit in cabinet as a minister without portfolio. So how do we give NEMA more teeth so that they can ensure that this harmonization takes place? Secondly is that the incentives. We need to, in other countries, waste recyclers, they are given licenses free of charge, and then their income is given an incentive so that their taxable income, there's a percentage waiver on that, so that we can begin to make recycling affordable. And then lastly, I am requesting that NEMA convenes a national dialogue with the county Council of Governors, the COG, so that we begin to discuss about the resources we need to deploy as a country for waste management.
All right, thank you very much. Pauline, your turn. Most of the bulk of the questions came to the county and NEMA.
Thank you. How are we addressing issues of cartels? I think for us, we've done mapping and zoning in Mombasa County, just to get to know who is operating in which kind of space. And then by extension, we hope to coordinate all the waste collectors in the county and give a sense of direction as a county on where all these materials are taken and then collected by other players. As I said, we want to protect the people who are within this space. So we have around 2,600 waste collectors in Mombasa, mapped and zoned. So we want to see the gaps that are there and also involve the youth to bridge that gap. I don't know whether to say my parting shot, Trevor.
Yes, go ahead.
But before I say my parting shot, someone mentioned about including waste management in curriculum. In Japan, it starts at the elementary stage, where children are taught about waste segregation, waste management in nursery school, the Kenyan nursery schools. So when you start introducing this in primary school, it means you're going to miss a very productive age or a good age where you impact any information in these children, they practice and they also take it home. And whatever child takes home, the parents also normally follow. So I think it's high time we introduce this in elementary school or the nursery schools that we have across the county or the country to see how we can start bringing in this culture of waste segregation. For adults, like I said, changing a behavior is a problem. Now, we fight a lot on illegal dumping sites, Trevor, where you put collection points, but people turn them into illegal dumping sites. So my question would be, as my parting shot, all of us who are seated here, do we know where our waste end up in? Do we know who collects our waste and where it is taken? We buy products, but once they are turned into waste material, we do not want to associate with it. So these are the same waste we pass on our way to work, illegally dumped by somebody along the street. Our drainages are clogging with plastic materials. We as county are asking, when will we ever implement the extended producer responsibility? Before even we come to the users down there, what are we doing about extended producer responsibility? So it makes the work easy if we come and sit together. This is a multi-sectoral collaboration. We cannot afford to pull in different directions. We cannot win. We all have one objective. We all have one goal, but the approaches are different. We are pulling in different directions. We come and sit and talk, and by the end of it, we go back and still pull in different directions. So these policies are ours. We are the waste generators. We need to own all these things, come together, sit together, review, implement. Let's not point fingers that this is a responsibility and so and so. It is a collective responsibility for all of us. So as much as it's a devolved function for the counties, we own it. But we say, let's come and sit together, the waste collectors, the policy formulators, the reviewers, everybody involved in this space as a stakeholder for us to, let's just do one thing different. At least come up with model material recovery facilities and open up space for entrepreneurship for our youth. Otherwise, we'll not all be safe when going home in the evening. They'll attack us for lack of employment.
And that's what Georgina was asking before you put down the microphone. She was wondering, how are you coming up with those material recovery facilities?
We already have one, but it is incomplete, and the location was not good. It was put up by national government.
So comes back to what she was asking. How did you come up with that one? Now you realize the location was not good.
So for what we proposed, Trevor, is we are putting up a model material recovery facility, at least away from the city. Okay. So we did 2 scenarios with the European Investment Bank of having one within the city and having one outside the city, the pros and cons. So for purposes of access, for purposes of also making it operational, we agreed that we have one outside the city where it can serve the 6 sub-counties and also be accessible. Currently, the one we are having is within CBD, and the street is a bit congested. So, and then it's within the headquarters. So it means operationalization of that material recovery facility will not be possible. Okay. So, and then it's incomplete. It was done partially by the national government some years back, and it wasn't complete. So we are establishing one, having gone to Kiambu also to benchmark and see exactly what they are doing.
Okay, and Raj also asked a question on the cost of recycling and the incentives therein. As a county, how will you ensure that investors can actually come? What is in it for them?
For us, as a county, like I said, we are not a business entity. For us, is to create that enabling environment for these people to run their businesses. I know there are countries where people pay, residents pay for recycling of their plastics and everything. For us, is create that an entrepreneurship or a business enabling environment for these people by not penalizing them, by not enforcing, by not putting costs for them to operate within the county, at least to enable them to operate their business in a better environment within the county. So it's us to make that conducive environment for them to operate their business, but in a coordinated way, to avoid exploitation by the same people, and for us also to know who is doing what where, and for them also to tell us as they come to do business within the county, what is the benefit or the gain of the residents of Mombasa County. It's just not you doing the business, but how much employment directly or indirectly are you creating for the residents of Mombasa County through this? And that's why the governor is very keen when we're doing the mapping. He wants to see the impact of people who are involved in the solid waste management space in terms of job creation for youth in the county, both directly and indirectly. No. So it's a win-win situation for all of us. We create the enabling environment, but we also want to see exactly what they bring on board. Okay. So far, we don't charge.
So it's the investors themselves to come and say, this is what I can do and this is what I'll make out of it. All right. Newton.
Thank you, Trevor. I hope I won't bore you with the number of questions that have come to the national government.
You have the bulk of it, so go ahead.
So I'll try to run through the questions very fast. I'll start with Georgina. MRF model, I think that has been clarified by my senior from Mombasa, Pauline. But by and large, just like I put it before, the authority is developing guidelines to harmonize. If I talk to Takataka, I heard there's somebody from Takataka Solutions. Do you have an MRF? Kisumu, do you have an MRF? Many MRFs. Mombasa, the one that is not working. So my point is, everybody wants to come up with a facility to recover valuables from waste. The role of the national government is to harmonize, is to bring all of us on board. Avada Kakamega has already a waste management factory that targets composting or all waste. There's a lot that is happening. So to cut the long story short, we are coming up with guidelines. You will have your comments kindly. When there's a call for comments, please put in your memoranda, where possible, attend the meetings, because we are all learning. Takataka went way ahead of us. Impact assessment study is also to assess the location. County governments need to designate waste sites. We do not want to set up MRFs anywhere and everywhere. So again, that guideline provides for a suitable place, provides for what material can be handled, and finally, where what is not recyclable can be disposed. So the model is available, but it is still a draft. Civic education, the authority, again, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda better really recognizes recycling and waste segregation, just like our peers said. And currently, we have already mapped the transporters, the companies that have been licensed. We have mapped the waste pickers, and there is serious civic education going on. And once we get the color coding system, again, this is being subjected to public participation. Once it is gazetted, the sensitization to the public shall be upscaled so that we don't have people using wrong litter bins to place the waste. We look up to the best international practices, mostly in the West. So we remain optimistic. I know it is hard to say that it will definitely go through, but we look up to the best practices, and the first one, or the major one, being the extended producer responsibility model, where we are tasking the producers to pursue their waste all the way to the disposal. And we have told them that you don't have to do it in person. The law provides for getting into a collective scheme that we commonly call a producer responsibility organization, where you can subscribe to. These people will invest in infrastructure, both the disposal infrastructure and the collection modalities. so that we do not have Georgina's players appearing in the media that their waste was found in the riverside. Then for costs, I think Pauline has responded, but there is need actually to incentivize recycling. But of course, that is at policy level, and we would probably want to engage Treasury and see how much we discuss along the line of incentives. Then we have Magina. Magina, that has been addressed because it was on safety that NEMA really then curtails. The county government has addressed. Rosemary, the paperwork, SEA has addressed that. Rosemary, harmonization of permits, that again has been responded to. Senior Onyuka, Director, maybe what I would want to share is that we are privileged to have kids in CBC, and climate change has been mainstreamed in our curriculum. There was a push to introduce environment. Maybe I would randomly ask a mother around, not that fathers should not know, but whether they have ever attended to any CBC home fund. They don't call it homework on environment. Ken, the lady next to you, any CBC client with you? As she thinks of the response.
All right.
That has already been incorporated, but there is still a push to sharpen. But climate change, environment is part of the curriculum currently at primary level.
Now you can make your closing remarks.
Okay, thank you. But policies on second-hand clothing, KEBS are standards. It is a discussion, but there is a standard for anything that comes in. Of course, the question is, do they meet the standards? But that we can leave to the standards body. Parting shot, all players need to come. NEMA just plays a coordination role. All stakeholders need to be put on board when it comes to the policies, the review of policies, the drafting of the different regulations. We all need to come on board. The authority firmly commits to create a level playground for all stakeholders, but again throws the challenge to you as stakeholders. Let's come up with solutions. As we regulate, kindly share with us some of the solutions or what you want input in our regulations. Thank you very much, audience and team.
All right, thank you very much. A round of applause for my panelists for that very engaging conversation. Asante sana Newton Osore, Head of Waste Management Division at NEMA, Pauline Oginga, Chief Officer Solid Waste Management Mombasa, Patrick Muchungu, Head of MSME Capacity Building MSEA, and Dr. Jane Nyakango, CEO Kenya National Cleaner Production Center. And now it is my humble duty to hand over this program back to Ernest, our very able Master of Ceremony. Thank you so, so much. Have a great day and a great afternoon.
Yeah, thank you, Trevor. Now I want to call upon Director Paul Mbole. You had something to say, but after that you come in front.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to add to a number of comments that were raised, I think, by the lady from Aspen and Raju. And I think it's important for us to consider that the problem of SMEs is already a difficult challenge. To survive as an SME is challenging. To survive as a green circular SME is double the challenge. So I think for us, what we hope we can see is a level of coherence, both at national, county, and especially when it comes to matters SME, because they need some specific support. The business itself is challenging, the sector is challenging, and if we don't address this in a manner that is coherent and actually brings together all critical stakeholders, so that there is coherency, that thing of not one department speaking its own story, but we are all speaking one word around the whole question of the circular economy. So we thank you very much for what you've given us, and we look forward to
Okay, so I call upon Director Paul to come and gift our panelists.
And as you'll see, all these are products that have been recycled. So that's what we are trying to encourage as we start today. I think they can come down. Yeah? No, they can come down. It will be easier. Yeah, can just come down. Then now I want to call upon the CC, Uasin Gishu, Mombasa, Chief Officer, if you are representing Nakuru, Director Kisumu. Yeah, and I call upon Joseph to give the representative from each of those counties. So I think we can start with the CC, Nakuru, and Mombasa. Uasin Gishu and and Mombasa. Yeah, Mombasa. Kisumu. Anyone from Nairobi County? Yeah, to speak on behalf of the Chief Officer. So thank you. So I want just to take this opportunity to thank you. I know we've had a lot today, and also apologies for taking a bit more time than expected. But I'm sure the discussion that happened today are quite useful. And I know as KCIC, we've picked quite a number of lessons that will help us implement this particular program more effectively. One more call that we want to make. Please kindly pass the word. The call for application for SME is still open. So wherever you go and you know an SME who is in waste management, encourage them to go to our website, that is www.kenyacic.org, and they should be able to apply. So I want to take this opportunity to invite Joseph again to give us a closing remark before we close this session. Thank you.
Thanks, Ernest. Good morning once more. Yeah, I know energy levels are low now, because I know people who've been sitting here since 7 in the morning. For that reason, I will be very, very brief. My role is basically just to thank you for joining us today, for participating, and for giving us the opportunity to work with you. But as I do that, let me say this. As KCIC, we are always open to new ideas. We are an innovation center, so at no point are our doors closed to any idea or any opportunity that we can work with. And sometimes ideas get you when you are not exactly expecting them. So kindly, if you get any ideas that have not been shared here, I know the report for this meeting will be done and shared, but if you get any new ideas, feel free to send it to us. Our communication channels are open, and they are open 24/7. Be they email, via email, messaging via our website, via our social media handles or via our phone calls, please pass those messages through. As Ernest has said, this is an opportunity. We know a lot of challenges have been raised, but we try to look at these challenges as opportunities. So wherever you are in your own small or big space, please pass on this opportunity to those who can benefit from it. Our call for applications is still open until the 29th of February, so for the rest of this month. So feel free to send in your applications. Feel free to share this opportunity to everybody within your network. As the conversations has proceeded today, I think I picked out a number of things, but allow me to just mention a couple. One, that there's still quite a lot of work to be done to harmonize thoughts, to harmonize processes, to harmonize policy across what we call the waste management sector. And that is why we are doing this as KCIC. What I hope will happen is that when we meet here in the next 2 years or 3 years after we've implemented this program, the word waste will have been removed from the English because nothing will be waste anymore. Everything feeds into the new process, and that's how you sort of create a circularity. So we will rub off that word waste, and hopefully we can then use a different word, which means a useful product, because waste connotes a useless thing. Secondly, I think as we have again proceeded with the conversation, I basically realized that what we are dealing with is a developmental challenge, so to speak. The world has already defined in terms of targets where we should go in terms of climate change, and that is the 2 degree below pre-industrial levels in terms of global temperatures. We know that we were at 1 degree in 2017, just 6 short years ago or 7 short years ago. There was literature, or there is information last week actually that said that perhaps we have already surpassed the 1.5 degree. What we must not do is surpass the 2 degree target, because if we do that, we know what will happen. And so this program is part of our small contribution towards that overall 2 degree target for the globe, and the 32 degree target, that 32% target that Kenya as a country has set itself. That is in its NDC, as it were. And what I hope is that everybody can see exactly how this fits in into those 2 targets, the global target and the Kenyan NDC target, because that is the important thing we do in these conversations as it is here. I think a number of speakers spoke about making this sector attractive, and where it will start is basically addressing SDG 8, that is decent economic opportunities, or decent work and economic growth as it is, because what you generally find is that the moment you continue to speak about waste, it doesn't look very decent, and because it doesn't look very decent, no one wants to be in it. And if no one wants to be in it, then we'll never do the transformation that we are looking for. And so what we are looking for is ways of making work within the waste management sector decent work as it is. So whether you are a waste picker, you are a waste processor, you are using technology to sort of transform waste, whatever it is, and whatever level you are within the value chain, the idea is that we need to be able to make that very, very decent. I think a number of people here, you saw testimonials, people who are growing industries, basically by using waste. So you can see a lot of SDG 9 around there, industry and economic growth. But more importantly, we need to see sustainable cities. We will not do sustainable cities unless we address the issue of waste management as it is. In 2020, I think, or 2021, thereabouts, UNEP came up with 6 sectors that are key to us achieving the 2-degree target around the world. And of course, energy, transport, industry were all had their pride of place, but we know that a big part of that was sustainable cities. So until cities become livable and until the problem of waste is addressed in cities, then we will never achieve the 2-degree target. So I thought I would say that just to set the scene or in terms of what we've been discussing here, and just show that your 4 or 5 hours today morning have been a big contribution towards a global discussion and not just a Kenyan discussion, much as that is a big part of it. So thank you very much, all of you. Just allow me to mention some key people. I think in absentia, I want to thank our chief guest for today, Engineer Ngeno. He was able to respond to this at fairly short notice and even delay his travel to Naivasha just to be with us. And I hope that his being here was of value because he was able to expound government policy. PS Susan, the PS for MSMEs, was supposed to be here, but she's just sent an apology saying she's held up somewhere. Our representatives from IKEA, I can't see Patrick here, probably he stepped out. So thank you very much. This program would not happen without their support, so we thank them very much for supporting us. The DG of NEMA, my friend Mamo, who has had to run to another engagement, but he's ably represented, as you saw on the panel by Mr. Osoro. We also thank them very much for being part of us today. All this is anchored in a devolved way. In KCIC, we talk of a 3D strategy. And devolution, as well as digitization and decentralization are a big part of that. So, decarbonization, decentralization, and digitization. And so, we are very happy that we are partnering with the counties in what we are doing in this program. So, it's a 3-year program. You will see us, we will be together for quite a bit, fairly frequently within the next 3 years. So allow me to thank the county representatives who are here from all the counties. Allow me not to mention individual names in the interest of time, but our representatives from the counties, thank you very much for taking time to be with us. I also want to thank our stakeholders within our waste management industry. There are people doing very big things within that sector already, even before we come with a specific program. I see quite a number of you, so feel appreciated. Feel appreciated for taking time to be with us today, to be able to share your experience, your knowledge, and your expertise with us. Finally, I want to thank my board, the board of KCIC. Looks like all directors have stepped out for enabling all this to happen. That leadership is always very useful. But more importantly, allow me to thank the KCIC staff, all of us. I think there are quite a number within this room. Ernest, who's been IMC for today, Jabez is right there, Victoria, I can see you there, Elizabeth, Saumu, I can see you there, and all KCIC staff in here, Vincent is right here. Even if I can't see you right now, please feel appreciated. There are many who had to remain at the office just to ensure that things are running, and of course there are very many at the hubs level who work with the counties on a daily basis. None of this would be possible, and none of what we plan to do would be possible without staff. So thank you very much, all of you. I hope you have gained some knowledge, and if you have not gained knowledge, you've gained at least a contact that will be useful in your business and in your career going forward. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Yeah, thank you, Joseph. Just as we wind up, just a few emphases. We have some very good photo frames outside there, and we request that all of you, as you go out, please pass there, take a photo, share on your social media pages, tag us, so that we can amplify the words that we've been speaking here. If you want any interview, share some more insight. We have a media banner outside there. You can also go there, and the media team will be able to interview you. And in case you didn't register, at the registration desk there are still forms. Kindly register so that we have you in our database to just know, and if we have any information, just to share with you any new information that will come out of that. So with that, I just want to thank everyone and wish you a fruitful day. Thank you.
KCIC is now a 12-year organization. In September this year, we'll be doing our 12-year anniversary. We were set up as part of what was known as the InfoDev program of the World Bank. And under this program, the idea was to set up climate innovation centers around the world. So we have the pride of place as being the first climate innovation center in the world, and certainly in Africa. We generally support climate innovation. And the way we do this is we get people with innovative ideas around climate, around the fight against climate change, and through what is known as an incubation process, turn those ideas into businesses. And then once they are businesses, they need to be sustainable, they need to be standalone businesses. So we use what's known as an acceleration process to turn those businesses into commercially viable enterprises. We do this, as mentioned before, for two reasons. One, support the fight against climate change, and create opportunities, be they jobs or entrepreneurial opportunities for people. So we do this in most of the green enterprises, but our focus currently is on 5 sectors. One is agribusiness. The second is renewable energy. The third is water. The fourth is waste management, and the fifth is commercial forestry. There are several studies that have been done around green entrepreneurship in general. The most recent one was done by what's known as ANDE, the Association of Development Entrepreneurs in Africa. And in this study, it was found that the green entrepreneurship presents about a $123 billion opportunity. Now, $123 billion, if you put that in context, is probably very, very large, close to what would be, the Kenyan GDP. Now, of all the green sectors, the most promising was found to be waste management, representing about 54 billion opportunity out of the $123 billion opportunity. And how are these opportunities normally assessed, or how is the values normally arrived at? What generally those studies look at is to assess the underlying SDG, and see how much spending or how much resources you need in order to achieve the underlying SDG. And so waste management, which supports several SDGs, was found to be a 54 billion opportunity. And so we began to think as KCIC on how we can support our clients and people within the ecosystem to be able to access this opportunity. And that is how we came up with a program, what we call Sustainable Waste Innovations for Future in Transition. And we know that the transition is mostly in two ways. One is transition to green, and the other is transition to digital. So using those two underlying transitions, they need to be able to create green enterprises and need to be able to support the digital economy. We came up with this program. It's important to be able to acknowledge the IKEA Foundation, which is supporting us to be able to do this program.
We are currently launching the SWIFT program, that stands for Sustainable Waste Innovation for Future in Transition, a program that is looking at innovations within the waste management space that are revolutionizing and adopting circularity within the space to be able to transform the sector. The program aims to transform the waste management sector, and it's going to do that in two folds. One, there's going to be enterprise support that will focus on innovators within the circularity space. And then there's going to be a policy angle that will work with both the national government and county governments. Specifically for enterprise support, we are looking at innovators across the waste management value chain, all the way from aggregation, separation, recycling, repurposing, and across the entire value chain that are coming up with innovations that are looking at waste in a sustainable way, and also ensuring that they are using adaptive technology that is not harmful to the environment. We are going to be looking at elements of climate mitigation and also climate adaptation within the sector, but more importantly for those who are also doing processing, are they doing it in a way that is sustainable and in a way that does not harm the environment. When they join the program, they are going to receive support. The support is going to be wholesome and complete, spanning from advisory support to technical support, to policy and advocacy support where they need legislation and regulatory support, be it in different policies that they're coming up with. And there's also going to be a financial element where we are going to support these enterprises with financial support towards the innovations that they are coming up with.
The policy landscape on waste management has really grown over the years in Kenya, particularly because of the opportunities that have come with sustainable waste management. So with that realization, the government put in place the Sustainable Waste Management Policy, which led to the enactment of the Sustainable Waste Management Act of 2022. And with that, it gives players within the space, like enterprises, the opportunity to be able to go about their business in sustainable waste management. And most importantly, the Sustainable Waste Management Act provides for incentives that need to be given to the private sector in order for them to participate within the space. The Sustainable Waste Management Act provides for incentives, but then there are certain regulations that need to be developed in order for the private sector to be incentivized enough, like go into the specific of what kind of financial incentives, business incentives that then the private sector can tap into. Our aim with the SWIFT program is then to be able to create more awareness on this particular law, on this particular policy and law, especially in 5 counties that then will act as model counties, and the counties where policy support will be given include Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru, Kisumu and Uasin Gishu.
Sustainable waste management is a key pillar that contributes immensely to climate change mitigation. And at KCIC, we have been supporting a number of SMEs in the waste management sector. Some of these enterprises are engaged in activities such as recycling, reducing, repurposing, efficient waste aggregation, sorting. Just to mention a few, we have Totoski Holdings, who engages in e-waste recycling. We have Shizuka Traders, who engages in plastic recycling. We have Gary Holdings, who engages in recycling of organic waste into organic fertilizer.
We are going to have 2 types of support. We are going to have an incubation program and we are going to have an acceleration program. The support for both incubation and acceleration programs is going to run for 18 months. Specifically under incubation, we are looking at legally registered businesses that have been operational within Kenya for the last 2 years. They should at least have management accounts. They should have a minimum viable product or at least a prototype, and they have validated it in the market and have a customer base of around 5 customers. And the company should also be employing 5 employees, and the company should be directly engaged in either climate adaptation or mitigation within the waste management sector. And lastly, they will also be required to be making annual turnovers of between $10,000 to $30,000. Under acceleration, we are looking at a legally registered entity that has been operational for at least 4 years in Kenya. They should have a product that has been tested in the market, and they have customers that can be able to validate their product through sales. So between 10 and above customers that are already using their product or service. They should be making revenues of above $30,000, and they should have an employee base of between 5 and at most 20 employees. The waste management sector is capital intensive, and a lot of the equipment that is required to be able to support these enterprises with the innovations that are coming up with can be a bit expensive. Accessing capital can sometimes be a bit of a challenge, and that is one of the goals of this program. We seek to be able to bridge that gap and ensure that capital is accessible and affordable for the enterprises that are supported.
I would want to call upon all the stakeholders in the waste management space that policy making and policy implementation right now is a participatory process, and so as a program, SWIFT will look towards working with all stakeholders, getting their diverse perspectives, getting their experiences within the setups where they operate, and just getting to look at what are some of the challenges in sustainable waste management from across the country.
We walk the journey. We don't just speak. We walk the journey with these enterprises. We support them across 5 areas. The 5 areas that we thought are key to have a typical startup succeed. And these are in areas of business advisory. We support these enterprises do business strategy, do their business plans, refine their business models. Then we support them in terms of financing, both directly from KCIC and support them to be able to access funding from the ecosystem. We support them in terms of facilities, both in terms of product development and physical facilities like offices, internet, and basically places to work from. We support them in terms of markets. It is one thing to create very good products, but it's another thing to ensure that those products are taken up by clients. So we support these enterprises to be able to access markets either locally or abroad. And then finally, all these things come together if the policy environment is working. Our promise is one of partnership. We work with you once you become our client until you succeed.